Chapter 1910, Execution Guard. Chapter 1910, Execution Guard. Su-Sher stood at the entrance of the hall and released his spirit consciousness to scan his surroundings a few times, but he did not discover anything unusual. Lu Tong was the only one in the hall. Su-Sher calmed down and led the way into the hall. Su Zimo was also scanning his surroundings. Even with his spirit perception, he did not sense any danger. Where are the others? Su-Sher looked at Lu Tong and asked straightforwardly, "Sit." Lu Tong did not get up and was still sitting in the middle. He pointed to the side and said with a fake smile, "Under normal circumstances, even if the banquet was held in Lu Tong's residence, given their status, Su-Sher should be the one sitting at the main seat. But now, not only did Lu Tong not stand up to give way, he even pointed to the guest seats at the side for Su-Sher to take a seat. This had already broken the rules. "You!" Su Xiaotian was furious and could not hold it in any longer. Just as he was about to speak, Su-Sher pushed him back. Su-Sher had a calm expression and was not annoyed. He beckoned for Su Xiaotian and Su Zimo to sit down at the guest seats. "Speak. Why are you looking for me?" Su-Sher went straight to the point. "All right, I won't beat around the bush either." Lu Tong smiled. "I called you guys here today for two reasons. First, to kill Su Zimo." At that point, Lu Tong paused for a moment and looked at the expressions of Su-Sher and the other two. Su-Sher and Su Zimo's expressions were unchanged. Su Xiaotian was the only one with a maddened glare. The smile in Lu Tong's eyes intensified as he continued, "Second, you've been the city lord for so long. It's time for you to give up your position." Su-Sher chuckled and asked, "To whom? You?" "Yes, of course." Lu Tong stood up and spread his arms proudly. "On the Dragon Abyss Star, I'm the only one qualified to be the city lord in terms of background and combat strength." "Su-Sher, even if you cultivate to a grade 9 Black Immortal, you'll only be someone from the lower world. You'll never be able to get rid of your status as a lowlife. You're not qualified to challenge me." Su-Sher stood up slowly as well, emitting an extremely sharp aura as he glared at Lu Tong with an unfriendly expression. Su Zimo watched coldly from the sidelines. Prior to this, Su-Sher and Lu Tong had a tacit understanding and did not fall out. But now that Lu Tong invited Su-Sher over and took the initiative to talk about this matter, he must have prepared something. "Don't be nervous," Lu Tong said with a smile. "Su-Sher, I'm only giving you this chance because we've known each other for so many years. You have to consider it carefully. If you take the initiative to withdraw, you might be able to save your family's lives. If you persist in your obstinacy and refuse to abdicate, don't blame me for being merciless and killing you." "Oh!" Suddenly, Su-Sher's aura rose as though he had broken through some shackles and surged to another level. He said slowly, "Let's see how you're going to kill me." Earth Immortal. Furthermore, he was a grade 2 Earth Immortal. Su Zimo nodded to himself. It was no wonder why Su-Sher was the city lord. He had hidden himself so well. Judging from Lu Tong and Su Xiaotian's surprise, no one in Dragon Abyss City knew Su-Sher's true cultivation. It was no wonder why Su-Sher was fearless and dared to attend Lu Tong's banquet. However, what made Su Zimo uneasy was that apart from the initial surprise, there was no fear in Lu Tong's reaction. Lu Tong shook his head and looked at Su-Sher with pity. "This is the path you chose. Don't blame me." He retreated as he said that. Suddenly, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. As though he sensed something, he turned around and looked behind him. Unknowingly, someone had appeared at the entrance of the hall. Even with his spirit perception, he did not notice when that person appeared. It was a middle-aged man with a tall and straight figure. Standing at the entrance of the hall, he was like a door god and emitted an extremely terrifying aura that sealed all escape routes. Earth Immortal. The middle-aged man was also an Earth Immortal. Furthermore, the aura released by this person was clearly much stronger than Su Shi. Su Shi's attention was initially on Lu Tong. At that moment, he realized something and turned around. When he saw the middle-aged man, Su Shi's pupils constricted. He scanned with his spirit consciousness, and his expression changed as he exclaimed softly, "Grade 7 Earth Immortal! Senior brother, thankfully you're here. I'll leave Su Shi to you," Lu Tong said with a smile. Su Shi's expression was terrible. He knew that Lu Tong had a senior brother who was an Earth Immortal expert. However, he had not expected that the Earth Immortal expert's grade would be so high that it was at grade 7. Su Zimo had a grim expression as well. The power of a grade 7 Earth Immortal was far beyond what he could endure. And now, the two sacred beast souls on the walls of the bronze square tripod had already exhausted their powers and fell asleep. Among his methods, there were few that could threaten Earth Immortals, let alone grade 7 Earth Immortals. Su Shi calmed down rapidly and took out a jade badge from his storage bag with the words Dragon Abyss written on it. "I have a Dragon Abyss badge personally issued by the Green Cloud County Governor," Su Shi said in a deep voice. "As long as I crush the Dragon Abyss badge, I can spread the news of this place to the county governor. At that time, the two of you will be hunted down by the immortal soldiers of Green Cloud County, let alone become the city lord of Dragon Abyss City. These days, even the lowlifes are so arrogant." The middle-aged man had his hands behind his back and raised his head slightly with a haughty expression. Right from the beginning, he had not looked at Su Zimo and the other two directly. "You can try crushing it." The middle-aged man had a mocking expression, as though he did not care. Su Shi gripped the Dragon Abyss badge tightly with a nervous expression. "Although you're a grade 7 Earth Immortal, there's nowhere for you in the entire Great Gene Immortal Kingdom if you're hunted by the Execution Guards." "Have you seen the Execution Guards?" the middle-aged man asked with a fake smile. "So what if I have? So what if I haven't?" Su Shi was still in a standoff with the middle-aged man, and his tone was not weak. "I'll let you die in peace today." The middle-aged man smiled faintly and slapped his storage bag, retrieving a pitch-black armor to wear. The armor looked extremely heavy, as though it was made from countless metal feathers. It was tight and detailed, filled with a malevolent aura, and shone with a divine light. Su Shi's expression changed starkly, and his face turned pale from fright, as though he had lost his soul. Even when he sensed that the middle-aged man was a grade 7 Earth Immortal, Su Shi did not experience such a change. Su Zimo did not understand why Su Shi's fighting spirit dissipated at the sight of an armor as though he had seen a ghost. Black gold, feather armor, execution guard. Su Shi's lips trembled slightly as he said a few words. Clang! The middle-aged man withdrew the saber that was hanging on his waist, and a chilling aura spread out, causing the temperature in the hall to dip. Even Su Zimo could not help but shudder. The saber shone coldly with a sinister blood chi. On both sides of the saber were words, respectively, punishment and death. Chapter 1911, Twilight Years. Chapter 1911, Twilight Years. Su Shi's face was ashen and his eyes dimmed. The aura he had against the middle-aged man earlier on was gone. The bold young man, Su Xiaotian, shuddered when he heard the words execution guard. He had a fearful expression and trembled slightly. Su Zimo realized that the execution guard might have an extremely high status in Green Cloud County, or rather in the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Even the city lord of Dragon Abyss City had to bow down. Su Shi was silent for a moment before taking a deep breath. "I'm the city lord of Dragon Abyss City after all. Even if you're an execution guard, you can't cripple me and punish me as you please." "Phoo!" the middle-aged man sneered. "I don't care if I kill or cripple a lowlife like you. What reason do I need?" "If you really want a reason, It's because you shouldn't be the city lord. Even the status of the city lord of a remote star in the great Gene immortal kingdom is not something a lowlife like you can taint. Thump! Su Shi knelt down in front of the middle-aged man with a despairing expression. "Father!" Su Xiaotian exclaimed. "Kneel!" Su Shi hollered and pushed down Su Xiaotian's shoulder, making him kneel. "There's no use kneeling." The middle-aged man shook his head with an indifferent expression. "You should have heard of the legend of the execution guard. When the execution saber is unsheathed, it must drink fresh blood and sever souls." Su Zimo stood still and watched coldly from the sidelines. No matter who the other party was, he would not wait to die. However, the combat strength of a grade 7 Earth Immortal was way too strong, and he did not have many chances to attack. Once he made a move, he had to ensure that he hit his target without any mistakes. Otherwise, he would definitely die. At that moment, Su Zimo merely remained silent and retracted his aura, waiting for an opportunity to strike so that the middle-aged man would not notice him. Ha ha ha! Lu Tong smiled smugly and strode in front of Su Shi. Bending over slightly, he reached out and patted Su Shi on the face, mocking, "City Lord, what are you doing? I can't bear this honor." Su Shi's face flushed red after being humiliated by Lu Tong, but he did not dare to resist. "Brother Lu, I know that I'm going to die today. I just want to beg you to spare Xiaoyan's life." Su Shi whispered, "It's too late." Lu Tong pouted, "Don't say that I'm heartless. I gave you a chance earlier on, but you didn't cherish it and even declared that you wanted to suppress me. Fufu." Su Shi begged, "All these years, Xiaotian has always called you Uncle Lu. Please don't implicate a child in our fight." Lu Tong glanced at Su Xiaotian at the side and clicked his tongue. Indeed, he's a child now. However, in another 10,000 years, he won't be a child anymore when he grows up. I don't want to leave any future troubles. Any issue should always be thoroughly uprooted. Lu Tong! Suddenly, a killing intent surged in Su Shi's eyes as he stood up from the ground and hollered, "I'll fight you to the death!" As though he was long prepared, Lu Tong retreated and laughed. "Haha, I expected this." The middle-aged man strode forward and waved his arm gently. The execution saber in his hands released an extremely terrifying saber beam that slashed towards Su Shi. Although Su Shi was also an Earth Immortal, his strength was way too inferior against the envelopment of the execution saber. Su Shi and his son had despaired expressions. Right then, Su Zimo moved. He sat not far away the entire time without moving or saying anything. Almost no one paid attention to him or took him seriously. After entering the hall, the middle-aged man did not even look at Su Zimo directly. However, that person vanished from the spot in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already behind the middle-aged man. True Dragon 9 flashes. This move was extremely sudden. If it was Su Shi or Lu Tong, they would definitely not be able to react. However, as a grade 7 Earth Immortal and an execution guard, the middle-aged man was extremely alert and sensed at the moment Su Zimo disappeared. A look of surprise flashed through his eyes before returning to normal. "You don't know what's good for you." The middle-aged man's empty left hand that had yet to retract suddenly reversed and grabbed the green figure behind him. Berserk heaven and earth essence chi gathered in his palm as though it wanted to destroy everything. When Su Zimo appeared, a pair of jade-white elephant tusks appeared behind him. They were extremely sharp and his aura surged. Innate divine power, 6-tusk divine elephant. His body, bloodline, essence spirit, and various powers doubled. He was originally a grade 7 black immortal. With the augmentation of the 6-tusk divine elephant, his strength rose, and he was almost at the level of a grade 8 black immortal. Oh! Sensing the change in Su Zimo behind him, the middle-aged man was slightly surprised and curious. Divine powers and secret skills that could increase one's strength were relatively rare. Although he was an execution guard, he did not know of such secret skills. However, the middle-aged man did not take it to heart. Even if the lowlife behind him released a divine power secret skill and was a grade 8 black immortal, he would definitely not be able to defend against his palm. Su Zimo had a calm expression. He knew very well that almost all his trump cards were useless against a grade 7 Earth immortal. Be it essence, spirit secret skills, visual techniques, sound domain secret skills, Dao fire, or sword arts, none of them posed much of a threat to a grade 7 Earth immortal. The difference between their cultivation realms was way too great. The only method that could threaten a grade 7 Earth immortal was the greater divine power. Time is like a saber. His essence spirit was at the level 9 black essence realm to begin with. After releasing the 6-tusk divine elephant, his essence spirit had already broken through to the earth essence realm. Although he was only at level 1 earth essence realm, this meant that he could already release greater divine powers. Before leaving Snow Wind Ridge, he tried to release the 6-tusk divine elephant once. His essence spirit broke through to the earth essence realm, and he successfully released the human Tao, greater divine power, reverting Big Yellow into a human. Time is like a saber. Su Zimo pressed his hands against his chest, and gray fog surged in his palms. Divine powers spread, and a gray saber was rapidly formed. Su Zimo gripped the time saber and stabbed it towards the middle-aged man's palm. Suddenly, the middle-aged man felt his heart skip a beat and his scalp tingle. He realized that something was amiss and wanted to stop, but it was too late. Bang! His palm collided with the time saber. The time saber dissipated. Although the saber was neither tough nor sharp, it could sever one's lifespan. Time was like a saber, and every single aged one. In the lower world, when divine powers weren't fused with heaven and earth essence chi, one would lose 30,000 years of lifespan if they were slashed by the time saber. In the upper world, heaven and earth essence chi was fused, and the power of divine powers increased exponentially. With that slash, the middle-aged man's lifespan decreased by 60,000 years. Earth immortals had a lifespan of 200,000 years. The middle-aged man was just 120,000 years old and was at the peak of his life as an Earth immortal. However, his lifespan decreased after he was struck by the time saber, and he aged at a visible speed. Many white hairs appeared in his black hair. Some wrinkles appeared on his face as well. His entire body shrank, and his essence, chi, and spirit deteriorated. The middle-aged man only had 20,000 years left to live. A single slash had put him into his twilight years. Chapter 1912, Dead. Chapter 1912, Dead. Although the entire process sounded slow, it happened in an instant. My lifespan. The middle-aged man was shocked. The sudden decrease of 60,000 years in his lifespan had a huge impact on his entire body. You've actually mastered the power of time. The middle-aged man reacted swiftly and retracted his saber with a furious expression. Abandoning Su Shi, he channeled his blood chi and slashed behind him. A look of pity flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. The reason why he waited for this opportunity was actually a gamble. He was betting on whether time is like a saber could exhaust the middle-aged man's lifespan. Unfortunately, he was still a little lacking. A single mistake in a fight of this level could result in eternal damnation. Not only did he fail to kill the middle-aged man with a single slash, the situation had reversed, and Su Zimo was in immense danger instead. Even if the middle-aged man was in his later years, he still had a full 20,000 years to live. The power released by a grade 7 Earth immortal in his later years was still not something Su Zimo could take head-on. He knew very well that the middle-aged man would not be able to withstand another slash. However, The middle-aged man's reaction was too fast, and he did not give him a second chance to condense time is like a saber. The execution saber slashed down with a thunderous might, and its saber beam shone brightly. The saber chi was sharp and almost sealed all of Su Zimo's escape routes. The speed of that slash was so fast that it surpassed Su Zimo's reaction time. Without hesitation, his glabella shone, and a bronze square tripod appeared in front of him. Clang! The execution saber struck the bronze square tripod heavily with an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing, and sparks flew. The execution saber bounced slightly. As for the bronze square tripod, it flew backwards rapidly and smashed toward Su Zimo. Su Zimo raised his arms, wanting to defend against the bronze square tripod. However, although the terrifying power released by the middle-aged man's furious attack earlier on was mostly dissipated by the bronze square tripod, it still struck Su Zimo viciously. Su Zimo shuddered and felt a sharp pain in his arms. His bones felt like they were about to fall apart as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The middle-aged man was surprised that the execution saber could not shatter the battered bronze tripod. However, his surprise was drowned by endless rage before long. To his horror, he realized that even if he channeled his essence spirit, blood chi, and divine powers, he could not recover the 60,000 years of lifespan he had lost. In the upper world, there were also some divine powers and secret skills related to lifespan reduction. However, as long as those divine powers and secret skills were dispelled, one's lifespan would return. But now it was as though his lifespan had been drained forever and was completely removed from his body. "You deserve to die." The middle-aged man's eyes widened as he strode toward Su Zimo with a chilling, killing intent. It was as though he wanted to skin the latter alive. If he lost 60,000 years of his lifespan forever, it would be an irreparable injury for him. Even if he tore Su Zimo into pieces and skinned him alive, he would not be able to vent the anger in his heart. Enduring the pain in his body, Su Zimo seized the opportunity while he was distanced from the middle-aged man to channel his essence spirit once more. Wanting to condense time is like a saber again. However, his essence spirit felt weak and his body swayed, almost fainting on the spot. Su Zimo made use of the 6-tusk divine strength to raise his essence spirit to level 1 earth essence realm. The toll on his essence spirit after releasing time is like a saber was already extremely terrifying. Releasing it a second time was already beyond what his essence spirit could withstand. Furthermore, this was after his essence spirit was fused with the dragon phoenix essence spirit. If it was just the green lotus essence spirit, his essence spirit might have collapsed because of what he did. Die. Right then, the middle-aged man's voice sounded. The execution saber descended once more. However, this time round, the saber beams released by the execution saber were dense like a ferocious beast and surrounded Su Zimo with a torrential aura. Su Zimo could not move at all. He wanted to open his eyes and see the trajectory of the saber beams. However, the intensity of the saber beams and sharpness of the blade caused tears to flow from Su Zimo's eyes the moment he opened them. The dense saber beams severed his 5 senses completely. Su Zimo had nowhere to run. He closed his eyes and curled his body, rolling into the bronze square tripod. Cling! Clang! The moment he did that, a series of collisions sounded and countless saber beams struck the bronze square tripod. If he was half a step slower, he would have been sliced into pieces by the execution saber. Su Zimo took a deep breath and channeled his essence spirit once more. Condensing the greater divine power, time is like a saber. A tearing pain came from his essence spirit. However, his gaze was resolute and he had no intention of stopping. This was his only chance. He had no chance of winning against a grade 7 Earth immortal head-on. Ah! Su Zimo cried out in pain. In his consciousness, The lotus cave of the creation lotus platform spewed out rays of light continuously to replenish the power of his essence spirit. However, he could not condense a second time saber. Suddenly, two different powers, one black and one white, surged into Su Zimo's consciousness. Although they were completely different, they had a mysterious connection. That was the power of extreme yin and yang released by the illumination stone and nether glowstone. The two powers fused into Su Zimo's essence spirit, causing its power to increase exponentially. A second time saber was formed in his palm. On the battlefield, the middle-aged man had a cold expression. When he saw that the execution saber could not break through the bronze square tripod, he arrived above it in a flash. "Let's see how long you can hide for." The middle-aged man growled and gripped the execution saber with both hands. He descended from the skies and stabbed into the bronze square tripod. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Su Zimo was not in the bronze square tripod. He had just witnessed Su Zimo hide within, but now the latter had vanished into thin air. Not good. Suddenly, the middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine. A phantom-like figure appeared behind him. True Dragon 9 flashes. At level 2 of that movement technique, Su Zimo could flash twice in a short period of time. Earlier on, he flashed once, and this was the second time. "I'll send you on your way." Su Zimo's voice sounded sinisterly like a malevolent ghost. The middle-aged man sped forward with all his might, wanting to dodge and distance himself from Su Zimo. With a cold expression, Su Zimo waved his palm, and the gray saber in his hands transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the middle-aged man's back. There were no wounds on the middle-aged man's body. However, his body withered at a visible speed. Ah! The middle-aged man's voice was filled with fear. He only had 20,000 years to live and could not withstand the second time is like a saber. The middle-aged man's glabella shone, and his essence spirit escaped. The moment his essence spirit left his body had already withered completely. His blood chi was still, and his hair was white, resembling a dried skeleton. The middle-aged man's essence spirit wanted to escape from the hall. However, before long his essence spirit dimmed as well and dissipated into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The severed lifespan from time is like a saber was not only limited to the physical body, but also to the essence spirit. Chapter 1913 Silence. Chapter 1913 Silence. The essence spirit of the Grade 7 Earth immortal execution guard dissipated and his body withered, dying on the spot. The entire process merely took a few breaths. Su Shi and Su Shaotian were shocked and their eyes widened. Both of them were still kneeling on the ground with shocked expressions. They had not expected Su Zimo to attack a Grade 7 Earth immortal. More than that, they had not expected a Grade 7 Earth immortal execution guard to be killed by a Grade 7 Black immortal on the spot. At the side, Lu Tong could not react either. When Su Zimo attacked, Lu Tong sneered with a mocking expression. But soon, Lu Tong could no longer smile. The moment his senior brother died, Lu Tong's smile froze on his face. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, leaving only a single doubt in his mind. How was that possible? Under normal circumstances, it was indeed impossible. The reason why Su Zimo was able to kill the Grade 7 Earth immortal with the help of the 2-time sabers and the True Dragon 9 flashes possessed an element of luck as well. Even if he had to do it again, he was not confident that he could kill this person. The reason why the execution guard died was because he did not take Su Zimo seriously and underestimated the latter first. Furthermore, he knew nothing about Su Zimo's trump cards and methods. After his lifespan was reduced by 60,000 years and he was in his twilight years, his reaction was slower. That was the reason why he was killed by the second time is like a saber. After killing the execution guard, Su Zimo's essence spirit expended a lot of energy, and the divine power of the six-tusked divine elephant dissipated. The injuries in his fight were triggered once more after the intense fight, and he felt waves of pain. However, now was not the time to recuperate. Today's matter was not over yet. Su Zimo glared at Lu Tong, who was not far away, and stomped his feet, charging towards Lu Tong with the burst of his body. He had to kill Lu Tong. The power of Su Zimo's essence spirit was almost depleted, and he could no longer release any dermic arts or divine powers. He could only rely on his body and bloodline to engage in melee combat. Lu Tong jolted awake as well. He was scared out of his wits when he saw Su Zimo charging over with a murderous aura. He was a grade 9 black immortal and was 2 cultivation realms above Su Zimo. As for Su Zimo, his essence spirit was weak and he was severely injured. As long as he attacked with his full strength, he might be able to defend against Su Zimo. However, at that moment, the only thing in Lu Tong's mind was the scene of Su Zimo killing a grade 7 earth immortal with 2 slashes. He had already forgotten that Su Zimo was a grade 7 black immortal and was severely injured. At that moment, he only wanted to escape from this place. Immobilize. Lu Tong channeled his essence spirit and released the body immobilization technique at the fastest speed towards Su Zimo. If Su Zimo was in his peak condition, the effect of the body immobilization technique on him would be almost negligible. However, at that moment, he was dragging his severely injured body and his essence spirit was dispirited. He was rooted on the spot by Lu Tong and could not move. Lu Tong was delighted when he saw that and turned to flee without hesitation. Splash! Without hesitation, Su Zimo channeled his blood chi, and the color of a tsunami surged from his body. His green blood chi surged, and he broke free from the restraints of the body immobilization technique instantly. Where can you run to? Su Zimo hollered and chased out of the hall. If he was at his peak, he would be able to catch up in the blink of an eye as long as he released his golden rock wings. But now that Lu Tong was fleeing with all his might and Su Zimo was chasing with his physical strength, it was difficult to close the distance right away. If Lu Tong were to escape outside and the other guards saw it, this matter would not be hidden either. Bang! Right then, the power of divine power spread and a gigantic mountain descended, almost suppressing Lu Tong. Lu Tong stopped in time and the mountain blocked his path. Su Shi had chased out of the hall and attacked in time. He had calmed down rapidly from his shock earlier on. He quickly realized that this matter must not be spread. Although he was not the one who killed the execution guard in Dragon Abyss City, he would not be able to escape death as well. At that time, there was a high chance that his family clan would be implicated. He had to silence Lu Tong in order to hide this matter. Although Su Shi's attack did not injure Lu Tong, it blocked the latter's escape path. With that slight delay, Su Zimo had already caught up. Without a second word, he flipped his palm and suppressed Lu Tong. His palm was like a gigantic stone mill that released a crushing and distorted power. Great Chaos Essence Palm. When Lu Tong saw that there was nowhere to run, he could only grit his teeth and summon a saber from his storage bag, slashing towards Su Zimo's palm. Clang! Lu Tong's saber was a supreme black-grade dermic treasure. However, there was no blood when it collided with Su Zimo's palm. Instead, there was a crisp sound as though it had struck metal. Not only that, Lu Tong felt an extremely ferocious power surge into his body through the saber. His body shuddered, and his palm was torn with fresh blood. In melee combat, even Lu Tong could not defend against the burst of blood chi from the Green Lotus true body. Exerting strength in his fingers, Su Zimo gripped the saber tightly and snatched it over, throwing it in reverse. Lu Tong did not have time to react and could only leap up instinctively. Poof! The saber transformed into a cold beam of light and entered Lu Tong's chest instantly. That slash was initially aimed at Lu Tong's glabella. Lu Tong's leap managed to avoid fatal damage. His body was sent flying by the power contained in the saber and smashed heavily against the mountain peak behind him, his gaze dimming. His heart had already been pierced. Although his essence spirit was not dead, a black immortal's essence spirit could not live for long without a physical body. Right then, Su Shi descended and slapped Lu Tong on the head. Bang! Lu Tong's gaze froze and his essence spirit shattered, dying on the spot. Su Zimo panted slightly, dragging his severely injured body and attacking consecutively. His injuries worsened once more. At that moment, there was a hint of blood in his breathing. However, he did not choose to recuperate. Instead, he was on guard and glared at City Lord Su Shi, who was not far away, in silence. The execution guard and Lu Tong died one after another. Right now, Su Shi was a grade 2 Earth Immortal and was already the strongest person in the courtyard in terms of cultivation and combat strength. There was a high chance that Su Shi could attack him and pin everything onto him. Su Shi was also looking at Su Zimo. Father! Right then, Su Xiaotian charged out as well. Su Shi's expression softened as he whispered, "Clean up this place first. Don't alarm anyone." Su Zimo nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. The three of them worked together to clean up the blood and traces of the battle. Su Shi handed the storage bags of the execution guard and Lu Tong to Su Zimo. Thereafter, under Su Shi's lead, the three of them left secretly and returned to the city lord's residence. "How do you intend to deal with it?" Su Zimo asked. The death of a commander was not a small matter. Furthermore, there was also the execution guard with an unknown background. Su Shi said in a deep voice, "Brother Su, rest and recuperate first. Leave this matter to me. As long as you and I don't say anything, no one will know the truth." Both their hands were stained with blood for this matter. No one would benefit from saying anything. Chapter 1914. 9 Firmament Immortal Domain. Chapter 1914. 9 Firmament Immortal Domain. After recuperating in the city lord's residence for 3 days, Su Zimo's injuries were mostly healed with the powerful regeneration capabilities of his green lotus true body. In the past 3 days, the teleportation formation had been repaired as well. Su Zimo did not leave immediately. Instead, he bid farewell to Su Shi and wanted to ask about something. Everyone from Snowwind Ridge did not know much about Green Cloud County and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Although Su Shi was also someone who had ascended from the lower world, he definitely knew a lot about Green Cloud County, since he could become the city lord of Dragon Abyss City with his own capabilities. If he could understand more about Green Cloud County, he could avoid some trouble in advance. Su Shi was surprised when he saw Su Zimo visit personally. In his opinion, it would take at least a year to recuperate after being severely injured by a grade 7 Earth Immortal. To think that Su Zimo would recover after just 3 days. Su Shi's evaluation of Su Zimo increased once more. Brother Su. Su Shi welcomed Su Zimo and cupped his fists towards the latter without the slightest bit of arrogance as the city lord. Although Su Zimo's cultivation realm was lower than his, he knew that this seemingly frail scholar with refined features was definitely a ruthless character. "Brother Su, are you leaving?" Su Shi asked. Su Zimo nodded. "I'll make a move in 2 days when my injuries are healed. I'm here this time round to ask some questions." "Brother Su, please speak," Su Shi said. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked, "I heard that the upper world is a trichiliocosm. Which world does the Dragon Abyss Star belong to?" "All in all, it belongs to the heavenly world." Su Shi replied, "However, the heavenly world is way too huge and unimaginable. Even heaven immortals, or perfected immortals, won't be able to roam the entire heavenly world." Su Zimo had heard Dai Yu mention the heavenly world before. According to Dai Yu, More than half of the millions of humans in the lower worlds would ascend to the heavenly world, and the human emperor would belong to it as well. Daiyu even said that his green lotus true body could also ascend to the heavenly world. Although Su Zimo experienced tribulations during his ascension, he still arrived in the heavenly world in the end. The heavenly world is divided into 3 major regions: the 9 firmament immortal domain, the pure land of bliss, and the fiend domain. Su Shi continued. It's said that between the 3 regions, there's a sacred tree with lush leaves that covers the skies. Its thick and powerful roots are connected to the territory of the 3 regions. The 3 regions are connected by a single tree. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. How unimaginable was that? How powerful was this sacred tree? Su Shi said, "Of course, these are also legends I heard back in Green Cloud County. I can't be sure. Legend has it that this sacred tree is the foundation of the heavenly world. It is immortal and unshakable, gathering the heaven and earth essence chi of the upper world. A single tree that could become the foundation of an entire world. It was no wonder why it was called a sacred tree." Su Zimo said, "In that case, the great Jin immortal kingdom should be a faction of the 9 firmament immortal domain." Yes and no. Su Shi smiled. The 9 firmament immortal domain is just a general term. To be precise, there are as many as 9 immortal domains. That's why it's called the 9 firmament immortal domain. The great Jin immortal kingdom and the dragon abyss star belong to the divine firmament immortal domain of the 9 firmament immortal domain. Su Zimo opened his mouth, slightly with a shocked expression. It was only at that moment that he realized that the entire heavenly world was much larger than he had imagined. The dragon abyss star he was on was only a remote star in the divine firmament immortal domain. There were a total of 9 major domains, like the divine firmament immortal domain. The 9 domains formed the 9 firmament immortal domain. However, the 9 firmament immortal domain was only a part of the heavenly world. When Su Shi saw Su Zimo's dumbfounded expression, he smiled as well. The 9 firmament immortal domain is too far away from us. I don't even know what the other 8 immortal domains are called. I've fought in the upper world for tens of thousands of years. Up till this day, I've never left Green Cloud County, let alone the great Jin immortal kingdom or the divine firmament immortal domain. Su Zimo took a deep breath and composed himself. Green Cloud County was many times larger than Tianhuang mainland. In the entire great Jin immortal kingdom, divine firmament immortal domain, even 9 firmament immortal domain, and the heavenly world, countless paragons and monster incarnates would be born. However, the heavenly world was only one of the trichiliocosm. It was no wonder why the human emperor and Daiyu said similar things. In the upper world, paragons rose and monster incarnates reigned. This was a battlefield that was much more terrifying and cruel than Tianhuang mainland. How many factions like the great Jin immortal kingdom are there in the divine firmament immortal domain? Su Zimo asked. A total of 3. Su Shi said, the great Jin immortal kingdom, the Yenyang immortal kingdom, and the Zixian immortal kingdom. Each of them is ruled by an immortal king, and their territories are divided from the divine firmament immortal domain. Immortal king. Immortal kings were above perfected immortals. Under the jurisdiction of the 3 immortal kingdoms, no cultivator, sect, or faction can disobey the will of the immortal kingdoms. Su Shi said, in the divine firmament immortal domain, the 3 immortal kingdoms have absolute dominance. Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, even sects and factions can't go against the immortal kingdoms? No. Su Shi shook his head. In divine firmament immortal domain, sects are divided into 2 grades, black grade and earth grade. The sect masters of earth grade sects have to be perfected immortal experts. Even so, black grade and earth grade sects can't go against the immortal kingdoms. When an immortal king is enraged, Millions of corpses and blood will flow. It's enough to flatten any sect or faction. At that point, Su Shi seemed to have thought of something and paused for a moment before saying, I heard that there are even heaven-grade sects above earth-grade ones. Although they are also in the divine firmament immortal domain, they are not ruled by the three immortal kingdoms and operate independently. Su Shi lamented, these are all illusory legends. Even if there are truly heaven-grade sects, we won't be able to come into contact with them. Su Zimo remained silent. He had experienced the battle of the abyss personally. In that battle, disciples of heaven-grade sects appeared. Su Zimo asked again, let's talk about Green Cloud County and the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Su Shi said, there are a total of 16 counties under the jurisdiction of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, and each county has more than 100 cities. In each county, there are county governors who manage everything. Almost all of them are perfected immortal experts. Su Shi brought Su Zimo out of the hall and looked at the end of the starry skies. It was a gigantic shadow. Su Shi pointed to the shadow. The shadow we see is the divine firmament mainland. Around the divine firmament mainland, there are many stars like the dragon abyss star that form a sea of stars. Together, they form the divine firmament immortal domain. Su Shi continued, the city lords of the surrounding stars, such as the dragon abyss star, don't have high cultivation realms. Grade 9 black immortals are enough. However, you have to be careful when you're in the divine firmament mainland. Be it Green Cloud County or any other county, the city lords under their jurisdiction are at least grade 9 earth immortals. Some of the city lords of large cities are even grade 9 heaven immortals. At that point, Su Zimo's understanding of the divine firmament immortal domain was gradually formed. Chapter 1915, Glass City. Chapter 1915, Glass City. What's up with the execution guards? Su Zimo asked. A look of fear flashed through Su Shi's eyes once more when he heard the words execution guards. Su Shi took a deep breath of air. The execution guard is an extremely special type of cultivator in the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom, wearing the black gold feather armor while carrying the execution saber. They are in charge of punishment and killing. There are two types of execution guards, the heaven and earth guards. The conditions to become one are extremely stringent, apart from absolute loyalty. One's cultivation realm must not be too low. Only grade 7, 8, and 9 earth immortals are qualified to be earth execution guards. Su Zimo nodded to himself. In that case, execution guards were composed of the strongest earth and heaven immortal experts. Su Shi continued, I heard that the heaven execution guards can only be mobilized by the royal family of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. As for the earth guards, only the county governors of the 16 counties are qualified to mobilize them. The execution guards have extremely high statuses and are in charge of punishment and killing in the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom. Many a time, they can act first and report later. Even the city lords of the divine firmament mainland have to be polite to the execution guards, let alone me. Su Zimo was enlightened. It was no wonder why Su Shi was so wary of Lu Tong's senior brother. The power of an execution guard was way too great, and his combat strength was also outstanding among his peers, who could defend and who would dare to resist. Su Zimo said deeply, the death of the execution guard is a huge matter. Someone will definitely come to investigate. What are your plans? Don't worry, Brother Su. Su Shi said, I'm prepared to throw Lu Tong and the execution guard's corpses into that abyss. Even if anyone finds them, they won't be able to guess it's me. Su Zimo nodded. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for Su Shi to kill a single execution guard. The difference between them was too great. However, things would make sense if the corpse of that execution guard was abandoned in the abyss. After all, many earth and heaven immortal experts were buried in that abyss, and it was only logical for an execution guard to die there. Brother Sue, what are your plans for heading to Green Cloud County? Susher asked. Su Zimo shook his head. He did not have any specific goal, and his only thought was to collect as many essence spirit stones as possible and cultivate with all his might. On the Dragon Abyss star, heaven, and earth essence chi was thin, and there was not even a single essence spirit mind formed. It was extremely difficult to obtain essence spirit stones. The only way to obtain more essence spirit stones was by heading to the divine firmament mainland. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, according to your understanding, where are the essence spirit mines in Green Cloud County? Essence spirit mines are usually occupied by sects and factions of various sizes. Susher said, almost all the large-scale essence spirit mines are under the control of the great Gene Immortal Kingdom. There are some essence spirit mines near every city. Brother Su, why are you asking this? Do you want to become a miner? Su Zimo replied ambiguously. Although he trusted Susher, there were some things that he could not say openly. Susher said, if the miners collect enough essence spirit stones, they can indeed exchange for some essence condensation pills. However, I heard that the miners will encounter some danger. I don't know the exact details either. I've got a map of Green Cloud County here. Take it. Susher had copied a map in advance, and he handed it to Su Zimo. The map was made from beast hide and was not big. When it was unfolded, it was only 3 feet wide. However, the map was filled with stars, and the most striking portions were more than 100 cities. Releasing his spirit consciousness, Su Zimo entered a city called Glass City slowly. His vision seemed to have entered the map, and his vision expanded continuously, causing the information he could see to become more detailed. Many information about the city flashed through his mind rapidly in an extremely mysterious manner. Retracting his spirit consciousness from Glass City, Su Zimo continued searching outside the city and could see some unique emblems. Some of them were medicinal fields, some of them had sect emblems, and some of them were essence spirit mines. Thank you, City Lord. Su Zimo nodded in thanks. This map was way too important to him. Susher said, actually, if there's a chance, I suggest that you take part in some of the sect trials and try your best to join a sect. Given your combat strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to join a black grade sect. Su Zimo smiled and did not explain. If he wanted to join a sect, there was naturally no problem. However, even if he joined the sect, it would be difficult for him to obtain essence spirit stones given his cultivation realm. He had to find an essence spirit mine first before he could execute his plan. Susher said, I should be leaving the Dragon Abyss star in a few days to join a sect. He was long at the Earth Immortal Realm. Staying as the city lord of Dragon Abyss City no longer benefited his cultivation. The reason why he did not leave all these years was because he wanted to wait for Su Xiaotian's cultivation to increase before heading to Divine Firmament Mainland together. Now that an execution guard had died on the Dragon Abyss star, he would not stay here for long. The two of them chatted until night fell before Su Zimo stood up to bid farewell. Brother Su, are you leaving just like that? There was a hint of reluctance in Su Xiaotian's eyes. Su Zimo smiled and nodded. Su Shi smiled as well. Xiaotian, work hard and cultivate. We'll head to Divine Firmament Mainland in the future as well. Perhaps we might meet again on Divine Firmament Mainland, Brother Su. Yes. Su Xiaotian nodded vigorously. The three of them headed to the teleportation formation of the city lord's residence. A few days ago, Su Zimo had already comprehended the formation patterns and activation techniques of such a teleportation formation. This time round, he activated the formation without the help of others. On the green stones of the teleportation formation, the formation patterns shone with a beautiful luster, forming a thick pillar of light. Many runes appeared on the barrier outside. Su Zimo waved goodbye to Su Shi and Su Xiaotian and entered the Pillar of Light. With a flash of light, Su Zimo's figure gradually turned blurry on the teleportation formation. Su Zimo felt a powerful suction force descend. Immediately after, his vision spun and the starry skies flashed. It was as though time and space were in chaos and he had lost his five senses. After a few breaths, Su Zimo felt his body lighten and his feet landed on the ground. His vision recovered rapidly as well. Right now, he was already on another teleportation formation. From time to time, light would flash on the teleportation formation as other cultivators descended. It was unknown where they were teleported from, but there were many of them. The teleportation formation was located in a gigantic palace. Not far away, armored guards stood guard. Their bodies were as straight as spears, and they watched them with sharp gazes and cold expressions. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo left the teleportation formation and walked out of the hall. His vision cleared up and there was a commotion. There were many cultivators gathered everywhere, auction houses, immortal medicine shops, restaurants. There was everything and everywhere was bustling. There were all sorts of ancient structures scattered throughout the city. The long street was extremely wide and extended in all directions. People came and went. Some of the cultivators rode on swan one that were as large as lions with smoke billowing through every breath. Some cultivators rode on auspicious clouds and advanced slowly in an ethereal manner. Some cultivators sat on green lawns and soared above the city. The surrounding city walls were extremely tall and towered into the clouds. The walls shone with a mysterious glow like mirrors. A massive city appeared before Su Zimo. Glass City, the city closest to the Dragon Abyss star. Chapter 1916 Minor. Chapter 1916 Minor. According to the map, even Earth Immortals could not travel through the air in Glass City. Only Heaven Immortals were qualified. On the Dragon Abyss City star, there were no Earth Immortal experts, let alone Heaven Immortals. However, Heaven Immortal experts could be seen everywhere in Glass City. Any Black Immortal would feel insignificant in such a city. Some Black Immortals who were teleported over from somewhere left the hall and were stunned on the spot with shocked expressions when they saw that. When the guard guarding the entrance of the hall saw that, he smirked with a look of disdain. Among the many Black Immortals, Su Zimo was the calmest. Back in that abyss, even perfected Immortals descended, let alone Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals. The scene before him was nothing much. Su Zimo did not stay in Glass City for too long. He took a quick spin before leaving the city and speeding towards a mountain range outside Glass City. Wanning Mountain. There was an endless mountain range outside of Glass City that surrounded the entire city like a natural barrier. There were many types of flora and fauna in the mountain range. Su Zimo was prepared to open up a cave abode on Wanning Mountain temporarily and cultivate in seclusion. He would refine and absorb the 300-odd essence spirit stones in his storage bag before making further plans. Before long, Su Zimo found a relatively secluded cave halfway up a mountain. He took action and expanded the cave abode slightly as his own. Thereafter, he set up many concealment methods at the entrance of the cave abode and drew out the formation on the turtle's shell bit by bit before feeling relieved. More than half a year had passed by the time he was done. Arriving at his cave abode, Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and took out an essence spirit stone from his storage bag. He channeled the Prajna Nirvana Sutra and began cultivating. Indeed, heaven and earth essence chi was much richer in divine firmament mainland. Su Zimo sensed at the moment he started cultivating. Under such circumstances, his cultivation speed would increase by another level. Time passed as the seasons came and went. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years had passed since Su Zimo arrived in divine firmament mainland. This day, he woke up from seclusion. After more than 100 years, the 300-odd essence spirit stones in his storage bag were completely absorbed and refined. However, his cultivation realm had yet to break through and was still at the level 7 black essence realm. Back then, Su Zimo only used less than 100 essence spirit stones to break through from the level 6 black essence realm to level 7. But now he still could not break through after refining more than 300 essence spirit stones. As one's cultivation deepened, the number of essence spirit stones required for a breakthrough would increase as well. The demand of the green lotus true body was even more terrifying. For the past 100 years, Su Zimo had barely shifted his position. At that moment, the essence spirit stones were depleted. He stood up slowly and dusted himself off before removing the immortal formation at the entrance of the cave and leaving. He had to think of a way to obtain a large number of essence spirit stones so that his cultivation could increase rapidly. Su Zimo left Wunning Mountain and traveled continuously. About half a day later, he returned to Glass City. He arrived at a wide, long street in the city. Blackgrade Sect, Heaven Hibernation Sect, is hiring some servants. Their cultivation realms have to be above level 7 Black Essence realm, and the treatment will be generous. 10 Essence Spirit Stones for the trial content of the Blackgrade Sect, Traceless Sect. I have the trial content of an Earthgrade Sect, Windfire Sect. 1,000 Essence Spirit Stones. On both sides of the long street, some cultivators shouted. If one could obtain the trial contents in advance and make preparations, that would indeed increase their chances of joining the sects significantly. The trial content of Windfire Sect? For real? Don't think about it. Even if we Black Immortals enter an Earthgrade Sect, we'll only be servants who do odd jobs. We won't have any status at all. Furthermore, Windfire Sect is one of the top 10 sects in Green Cloud County. Even if we know the contents of the trial, we won't be able to pass it. Many Black Immortals looked around hesitantly as well. Su Zimo did not stay in this area and continued forward. After walking for a while, the shouts of the sects gradually faded. On both sides of the long street ahead sat rows of cold immortal soldiers. Their gazes were sharp and they exuded an iron-blooded killing intent. That killing intent could only be tempered from battlefields. In front of the immortal soldiers, many Black Immortals with different cultivation realms lined up. They left some information and spirit consciousness imprints on a jade scroll before standing behind the immortal soldiers. The cultivators looked pale and uneasy, as though they were worried about something. This area was extremely quiet and the atmosphere was tense. Many immortal soldiers remained silent. The Black Immortals and cultivators that arrived did not dare to say anything either. Before long, 1,000 people were recruited behind an immortal soldier. Follow me. The immortal soldier stood up and left with 1,000 Black Immortals. Su Zimo had heard Su Shur mention it before. There were 3 immortal kingdoms in Divine Firmament Mainland. The methods of Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals were way too powerful. There was a tacit understanding between the 3 immortal kingdoms, and it was an unwritten rule. If there was a conflict between the 3 immortal kingdoms, Black Immortals would fight with their lives for territory and resolve the conflict. Most of those Black Immortals were people who had ascended from the lower worlds. In the eyes of many exalted immortals, it was nothing much for those from the lower worlds to die. They were like a group of ants or cropped weeds that would not shake the foundation of the 3 immortal kingdoms, even if they died. Actually, this was a game between the 3 immortal kingdoms. The outcome of the game was decided by sacrificing Black Immortals and those from the lower worlds. According to Su Shur, although there were sufficient essence condensation pills to be gained from joining the border armies of the immortal kingdoms, the mortality rate was extremely high. Of the 1,000 people who left earlier on, it was already not bad if 100 of them returned alive. Nobody cared about their lives. The reason why Su Shi was able to sit in the position of the city lord of Dragon Abyss City as someone from the lower worlds was because he had fought his way through the border battlefield. He fought at the borders for tens of thousands of years and made countless contributions before finally receiving the reward from the Green Cloud County governor. Even so, his status as the city lord was worthless in the eyes of many exalted immortals. Su Zimo paused for a moment in the area and continued forward. Even if he joined the border armies, he would not be able to obtain essence spirit stones. Before long, Su Zimo left the area. On both sides of the long street ahead, there were many figures gathered with some black immortal cultivators. At the edge of the area stood a gigantic badge with the word Miner. Su Zimo heaved out a sigh of relief. The reason why he came this time round was because he had set his sights on the Essence Spirit Mine outside Glass City. The best way to get close to the Essence Spirit Mine was to become a miner. Chapter 1917 Spirit Mine Blood Calamity. Chapter 1917 Spirit Mine Blood Calamity. Compared to the recruitment by the border immortal soldiers previously, there were even more cultivators here. Su Zimo stood outside the crowd and was in no hurry to advance. Su Shi had once mentioned that there might be dangers in mining as well. However, he did not know the exact details. Fellow Taoist, please enlighten me. Su Zimo smiled gently and stopped a grade 6 black immortal who was about to advance. The grade 6 black immortal frowned. However, when he swept his spirit consciousness and saw that Su Zimo was at the level 7 black essence realm, his expression turned serious as he lowered his head slightly. Exalted immortal, please ask. I wonder if there's any danger in the mining process. Su Zimo did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Exalted immortal, don't worry. What danger can there be in mining? At the most, you'll just feel fatigue and spend your days underground without seeing the light of day. The person replied with a smile. Foo-foo, ignorant. Right then, a scoff sounded from the side. Su Zimo glanced sideways and saw another grade 7 black immortal standing not far away. His face was filled with rotten flesh, as though it was corroded by something, emitting a stench. His nose was gone and was extremely terrifying. There was no one around the noseless cultivator. All the cultivators kept their distance and were unwilling to approach. At that moment, the noseless cultivator looked at the crowd with a mocking expression and grinned. If we truly encounter danger, no one here will be able to escape. The initial grade 6 black immortal looked at that person and was shocked. He did not dare to refute and replied obsequiously before leaving hurriedly. On the other hand, Su Zimo's expression was calm as he came before the noseless cultivator and cupped his fists. Fellow Taoist, you're experienced and knowledgeable. Please enlighten me. What dangers can we encounter while mining? When the noseless cultivator saw that Su Zimo did not disdain him and greeted him respectfully instead, his expression softened. The person said, if we're just mining ordinary ores, there won't naturally be any danger. However, if we're careless and dig up any flesh or bones, we'll just have to wait for death. What flesh and bones? Su Zimo frowned and asked. The noseless cultivator said, there are only 2 ways to form an essence spirit mine. First, it can be formed by the constant infusion of essence qi over many years. The second is to bury the corpses of some powerful living beings underground. The flesh and bones of these living beings contain a large amount of heaven and earth essence qi. After they die, the essence qi is buried underground and can't be dispersed. As time passes, a mine will gradually form in the surroundings. Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked again, in that case, the formation of this mine will take at least hundreds of thousands of years. The corpses buried here should have rotted a long time ago, right? You're right. The noseless cultivator gave a strange laugh. Indeed, most of the corpses of living beings would have fused with the surrounding minerals without leaving any traces. However, the noseless cultivator changed the topic, and his tone suddenly turned sinister with a menacing expression. The flesh and corpses of some experts might not rot for hundreds of thousands of years. You'll be unlucky if you manage to dig up those things. More than 1,000 years ago, a spirit-mind-blood calamity happened outside of Glass City. Someone dug up something, and a drop of blood flowed out from the mine. In the end, only a few of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the mine survived, and the rest were buried underground. Pissed, a single drop of blood killed tens of thousands of people. On second thought, what sort of immortal power did the blood that had not dried up for hundreds of thousands of years contain? Just as he was secretly alarmed, he inadvertently glanced at the noseless cultivator from the corner of his eye. At that moment, the noseless cultivator had a strange expression, as though he was reminiscing. There was a hint of struggle and fear in his eyes as his body trembled slightly. "You!" Sue Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly thought of a possibility and hesitated. Suddenly, the noseless cultivator laughed in a deranged manner. "You're right. I was one of the survivors of that calamity. My face was corroded by the mist released by that drop of blood. Even after more than 1,000 years, I still look like a ghoul." The noseless cultivator clenched his fists and grit his teeth. After a moment of silence, Sue Zimo asked again, "If we use our spirit consciousness to check the situation and the mind before proceeding with caution, we should be able to avoid such things, right?" "What do you know?" The noseless cultivator sneered. The surface of the stones in the mines would have naturally formed a unique stone skin. Even the spirit consciousness of heaven immortals and perfected immortals won't be able to penetrate it and see what's inside, let alone the spirit consciousness of black immortals. In that case, wouldn't mining be even more dangerous than fighting at the borders? Sue Zimo murmured softly, seemingly fearful. The noseless cultivator patted Sue Zimo on the shoulder. "You don't have to worry either. It's rare to encounter such situations where bloodied artifacts are dug up. If you're lucky, you might not even come across one in 100,000 years." Sue Zimo observed from the side. The miners recruited were all black immortals. The reason for that might be because they were worried that the earth immortals would enter the mines and use essence, spirit stones to cultivate. However, that was not the case for black immortals. Black immortals who could cultivate the taboo mystic classics were paragons and monster incarnates, groomed by major families and sects. What cultivation resources did they not have? There was no way those paragons would lower their statuses and come over to mine. What are the rules for becoming a miner? Sue Zimo asked again. Everyone has to pay 5,000 essence spirit stones every year. If you can pay 5,000 essence spirit stones in advance, you can obtain the rewards of the essence condensation pills in advance and come out to rest. The noseless cultivator said, "However, don't underestimate those 5,000 essence spirit stones. Most cultivators won't be able to complete it." Sue Zimo asked, "Are there people who enter the underground mines and hide the essence spirit stones they dug up in their storage bags? I advise you not to harbor such thoughts, lest you get yourself killed." The noseless cultivator warned. Sue Zimo raised his brow slightly. "Do people come to search the storage bags every year?" He had many treasures in his storage bag. If that was the case, he would have to hide his storage bag in advance. Not really. Who would have the energy to search us year after year? The noseless cultivator said, "Before entering the mines, Earth Immortal experts will intervene and seal our consciousnesses and storage bags with their spirit consciousnesses. Once you enter the underground mines, you can't even take anything, let alone hide it in your storage bag. The essence spirit mines have been maintained for so many years. How can there be a loophole for you to exploit?" Sue Zimo smiled without saying anything. He had not thought of hiding any essence spirit stones after entering the underground mines. He wanted to use essence, spirit stones, to cultivate directly. Chapter 1918. I'll set the rules. Chapter 1918. I'll set the rules. Sue Zimmo followed an Earth Immortal to an essence, spirit mine outside Glass City with a noseless cultivator. The Essence Spirit Mine was located near a mountain peak in the Running Mountain Range and was the 7th Essence Spirit Mine under the jurisdiction of Glass City. Typically, every Essence Spirit Mine would have many mineral veins, and one could begin collecting Essence Spirit Stones by mining along those veins. Of course, the number of Essence Spirit Stones collected from each mineral vein varied. If one was lucky, they might be able to gather 10,000 Essence Spirit Stones from a single mineral vein. If one was unlucky, they would only be able to gather dozens of Essence Spirit Stones from a mineral vein. There were 1,000 Earth Immortal experts guarding the surroundings of the 7th Essence Spirit Mine. Among them, there was even a Heaven Immortal expert guarding it. It was clear how much Glass City valued the Essence Spirit Mine. Over the years, almost no one dared to harbor designs on the Essence Spirit Mines. Sue Zimmo and the Noseless Cultivator were assigned to a mine. Indeed, an Earth Immortal expert came before they entered the mine and sealed Sue Zimmo and the Noseless Cultivator's storage bags and consciousnesses with a secret skill. Actually, given Sue Zimmo's current cultivation, he was completely capable of breaking free from the spirit consciousness seal. However, that would alarm that person as well, and there was no need for that. Thereafter, the person tossed a storage bag and a jade spatula to Sue Zimmo and the Noseless Cultivator. 5,000 Essence Spirit Stones to be paid once a year. The person said before turning to leave. The Noseless Cultivator explained, "The Essence Spirit Stones that we collect will be stored in this storage bag. This type of jade spatula is the most useful for us to head down to mine." Sue Zimmo and the Noseless Cultivator followed a rope and entered the mine slowly. As the two of them ventured deeper, their surroundings turned increasingly damp and dark. However, given their cultivation realms, they could still see their surroundings clearly despite the circumstances. A long time later, the two of them finally landed on the ground. Although it was called a mine, it was extremely spacious. There were many cultivators shuttling back and forth below, and some mine tunnels appeared in the surroundings. Within, cultivators were waving jade spatulas and shoveling the sand in the mine tunnels continuously to collect Essence Spirit Stones. In the middle of the mine, a burly man sat there boldly. He had a fierce expression and an unshaved beard. He glared at Sue Zimmo and the Noseless Cultivator who were descending and laughed strangely. "Wow, another two newcomers." Sue Zimmo noticed this person the moment he entered the mine. He was a grade 8 Black Immortal. Including the two of them, there should be around 100 people in the mine. Suddenly, the Noseless Cultivator sent a voice transmission. That person should be the leader of this mine. Typically, we have to pay him 50 Essence Spirit Stones from the Essence Spirit Stones we collect every year. That way, he can easily gather 5,000 Essence Spirit Stones without doing anything. The mine guards above are not going to interfere. Sue Zimmo frowned and asked. The Noseless Cultivator pouted. "It's dark beneath the mine, and there's even a chance of encountering some random things. The guards above are all extremely smart. Who would be willing to come down? Even if those guards know, they'll just turn a blind eye." Sue Zimmo pondered for a moment, and his eyes flickered in deep thought. The Noseless Cultivator warned, "The mine leader is the strongest in combat beneath this mine, and is the boss here. Do whatever he tells you to do. Let me advise you to behave yourself and not dream of challenging him. You two newcomers know the rules here, right?" Right then, the burly man grinned and asked with a smile, "We do." The Noseless Cultivator replied immediately. Sue Zimmo looked at the burly man quietly without saying anything. The burly man smirked and pointed to dozens of mangled and rotting corpses in a corner not far away. saying coldly, "All these years, there have always been people who refused to be disciplined and wanted to challenge the rules I set. This is their outcome. Exalted Immortal, don't worry. I understand, I understand." The noseless cultivator said hurriedly. Su Zimo was still silent as he glared at the burly man, thinking about something else. Mining in this mine required 5,000 essence, spirit stones per year. However, he had to use essence, spirit stones to cultivate. There would definitely be a conflict between the two. He did not want to waste his time to collect essence, spirit stones, and hand them over to others. Su Zimo was still thinking about how to deal with this matter when he realized that the solution was right before him. When the noseless cultivator saw that Su Zimo was tactless, he left hurriedly and distanced himself from Su Zimo, afraid that the burly man would misunderstand that they were together. "Exalted Immortal, I don't know this person." The noseless cultivator even explained. The burly man waved it off and stood up slowly, smiling menacingly at Su Zimo. "Lad, are you prepared to die?" "You set the rules here." Su Zimo smiled gently. His smile was a little strange, as though he had evil intentions. "That's right." The burly man gripped his fists tightly with a ferocious gaze. His entire body was tense like a demon leopard that could lunge out at any moment. "Whoever is strongest will be able to set the rules here." Su Zimo asked again. "That's right." Before the burly man finished his sentence, he attacked first and lunged toward Su Zimo. Waving his hand, he punched out and released an extremely terrifying blood stench that was suffocating. Black immortals who entered the mine had their consciousnesses sealed and could not use divine powers or dermic arts. What they competed in was their physique, blood chi, and melee combat strength. The burly man had tempered his body all year round and was terrifying in melee combat. He had dominated this mine for thousands of years, and no one was his match. Su Zimo was like a frail scholar that he did not take seriously at all. Su Zimo's expression was calm as he smiled gently and strode forward as well. Suddenly, he extended his fair palm and suppressed the burly man. The great chaos essence palm burst forth. Bang! The burly man's fist collided against Su Zimo's palm. The burly man shuddered and felt an extremely terrifying power surge into his arms. His sleeves were torn, and the muscles on his arms felt a ripping pain. Although the burly man was a grade 8 black immortal and specialized in body tempering, no matter how strong his body was, he could not defeat the Green Lotus True Body. Even without the use of blood chi, the Green Lotus True Body could suppress him. The burly man grunted and retreated hurriedly. Like a shadow, Su Zimo closed in and continued suppressing the burly man with the great chaos essence palm. The burly man had no choice but to raise his arms to defend. Bang! The great chaos essence palm landed at the intersection of his arms. The burly man let out a tragic cry as his legs sank deeply into the mud beneath his feet, extending past his knees. There was no way he could defend against the immense pain in his arms. The great chaos essence palm tore through the burly man's arms and continued suppressing, slapping down on his head. "It's over. This is where I die." The burly man lamented internally. When the palm landed on his head, it suddenly retracted and hovered motionlessly. The burly man did not dare to act rashly either. He knew very well that as long as Su Zimo exerted strength in his palm, his mind would be shattered and his essence spirit would be destroyed. The noseless cultivator and the surrounding miners were stunned on the spot with shocked expressions. The entire battle had just begun, and it was over before many people could react. Su Zimo's voice sounded slowly. "From today onwards, I'll set the rules here." Chapter 1919. 1,000 years have passed. Chapter 1919. 1,000 years have passed. "What do you want?" The burly man panicked when he was suppressed by Su Zimo. The mine was dark all year round, and Earth Immortal experts outside would not come down here. Therefore, a community of its own was formed beneath the mine. If Su Zimo were to kill him and replace him, no one would care about this matter. If you behave yourself, I'll spare your life. Su Zimo said coldly, I don't have many requests. Help me settle the 5,000 essence spirit stones that I have to submit every year. Su Zimo came to the mine to cultivate. If he killed this burly man, he would not have the energy to manage the 100-odd people in the mine below. Instead, it would cause trouble. The burly man heaved a sigh of relief and his expression softened. It was just an additional 5,000 essence spirit stones a year. It was extremely simple. There were more than 100 people in the mine. As long as he looted more ruthlessly, he could gather the 5,000 essence spirit stones. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. Leave your 5,000 essence spirit stones a year to me, the burly man said firmly. Su Zimo nodded. One more thing. Watch over here and don't let anyone enter my mine tunnel. Beneath the mine, there were many mine tunnels in every direction. Some of the mine tunnels had 2 or 3 cultivators mining together, while others had even more people. Su Zimo was prepared to cultivate in this mine and naturally could not let others see him. No problem. The burly man agreed readily. Those 2 requests were nothing to him. Surveying his surroundings, Su Zimo's gaze was sharp and none of the cultivators beneath the mine dared to meet his gaze. The noseless cultivator felt a sense of regret. If he had known that this seemingly frail scholar had such methods, he would not have rushed to sever ties with this person. The green lotus true body was the most sensitive towards heaven and earth essence chi. Closing his eyes for a moment, Su Zimo walked towards one of the mine tunnels that was still shallow. There was once a cultivator who dug more than 100 feet into this mine tunnel and retreated after obtaining nothing. However, Su Zimo sensed an extremely rich heaven and earth essence chi in this mine tunnel. With the jade spatula in his hands, he dug continuously in the mine tunnel. Indeed, a mere 30 feet later, he unearthed a large essence spirit stone. That essence spirit stone weighed 5 kilograms. A single essence spirit stone was 500 grams. However, this essence spirit stone could be cut into 10 normal-sized essence spirit stones. Su Zimo was delighted. Even the many Earth Immortal experts guarding outside would not be able to obtain essence spirit stones so easily, let alone on the Dragon Abyss Star. Without hesitation, Su Zimo assumed a lotus position and pinched an essence spirit stone each with both hands. Circulating the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, he began to refine and cultivate. Just like that, Su Zimo gathered essence spirit stones and cultivated at the same time. His essence spirit stones were never depleted, and he cultivated daily. Time flew by year after year. All these years, Su Zimo had almost never left this mine tunnel. Every year, the burly grade 8 black immortal outside would help him pay the 5,000 essence spirit stones. His entire focus was on cultivation. With the help of the green lotus true body and the Prajna Nirvana Sutra, as well as the endless accumulation of cultivation resources, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. After entering the mine for 189 years, Su Zimo broke through and entered the level 8 Black Essence realm. That cultivation speed was terrifying. Even paragons and monster incarnates groomed by aristocratic families and sects would have difficulty reaching that level. Su Zimo did not leave after becoming a grade 8 Black Immortal and continued cultivating beneath the mine. He was prepared to cultivate to become a grade 9 Black Immortal before making further plans. If possible, he was even prepared to break through from the Black Essence realm and become an Earth Immortal. 771 years after he entered the mine, Su Zimo entered the level 9 Black Essence realm. Over the years, the cultivators in this mine had changed batch after batch. Many of them could not hold on. However, be it the initial or later cultivators, they knew one thing. There was a mine tunnel in the mine that was forbidden and no one was allowed to enter. After becoming a grade 9 black immortal, Su Zimo rested for a few days and did not leave this place. Instead, he continued cultivating and advanced towards the Earth Essence realm. This day, Su Zimo was circulating his mental cultivation technique while refining essence spirit stones. As he cultivated, he suddenly felt a familiar call in the depths of his heart. His eyes burst wide open. The martial Tao Prime Body. Earlier on, he received a connection from the martial Tao Prime Body and jolted awake. At that moment, he established a new connection with the martial Tao Prime Body. The green lotus true body had once floated in the black hole for a period of time. He could not sense the passage of time and did not know how long he had wandered inside. It was only after he established a connection with the martial Tao Prime Body that he obtained an accurate time. It had been 1,000 years since the green lotus true body left Tianhuang mainland and arrived in the upper world. Over the years, after the martial Tao Prime Body refined the Dragon Phoenix true body and fused it into his flesh, he cultivated continuously. Back when many immortals descended, they left many essence condensation pills and essence spirit stones for the martial Tao Prime Body. The martial Tao Prime Body had already cultivated to level 5 of the Fate Ring secret ground. The martial Tao Prime Body had created an unprecedented cultivation path. Although the upper and lower worlds were separated and it was difficult for the green lotus true body and the martial Tao Prime Body to meet, Su Zimo could vaguely sense that the level 5 Fate Ring martial Tao Prime Body was definitely not weaker than a grade 9 black immortal in terms of strength. In fact, it might even surpass the green lotus true body. The martial Tao Prime Body and green lotus true body were one to begin with and came from the same origin. In the blink of an eye, many things were understood. Hell suppression tripod. Su Zimo murmured softly. This was a key piece of information he had obtained from the martial Tao Prime Body regarding the bronze square tripod. 1,000 years had passed. Monkey, the spirit tiger, Ching Ching, Night Spirit, Little Fox, and the Golden Lion chose to ascend together and leave Tianhuang mainland 300 years ago. Old friends of the past such as Ming Zhen, Lin Xuanji, Demoness Ji, Yen Beiqin, and the others had already ascended one after another. Of course, for the past 1,000 years, among the experts who chose to ascend, some of them died under the heavenly tribulation and their souls were dispersed. One of the things that shocked Tianhuang mainland was the failure of the Mystic Emperor's tribulation transcendence back then. After the Mystic Emperor chose a new palace guardian for the human emperor's palace, he abandoned everything and began to undergo tribulation transcendence without any attachments. Unexpectedly, he welcomed the 3 of 9 heavenly tribulation and died in the end. 100 years ago, Bai Ming Xue's tribulation transcendence attracted everyone's attention as well. It was not only because Bai Ming Xue was the eldest disciple of the Eternal Martial Emperor. More than that, it was because ever since the Eternal Martial Emperor ascended, Bai Ming Xue was the second person in 1,000 years to attract the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation and ascend successfully. The martial Tao flourished in Tianhuang mainland. After the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation, the martial Tao was pushed to its limits and was comparable to the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend Taoists. In fact, there were many cultivators with heaven spirit roots who abandoned the talent brought about by their spirit roots and chose to cultivate the martial Tao. The legend of the martial emperor establishing his Tao was recorded by the storyteller and spread through the mortal and cultivation world, passed down by everyone. Every year, countless cultivators would head to a small town in the north region to reminisce about the past and catch a glimpse of the strange scenery of peach blossom trees and mountains blossoming. However, no one knew that there was a truly terrifying existence hidden in the depths of the peach blossom forest. Chapter 1920 Infinite Great Emperor. Chapter 1920 Infinite Great Emperor. Because of the birth of the eternal martial emperor, Pingyang Town was regarded by the entire cultivation world as the origin and sacred ground of the martial Tao. For the past 1,000 years, this small town had produced countless cultivators who cultivated the martial Tao. Some of them had even established their own sects in Tianhuang mainland and grew into mighty figures. However, no matter the cultivation realm of those people, they would return to normal when they returned to Pingyang Town. There was a place in Pingyang Town that no one was allowed to barge into. This was the place where the martial emperor cultivated in the past. In an inconspicuous courtyard, a peach blossom tree grew in the middle. The leaves were lush, and the peach blossoms shone brightly, enveloping the courtyard in a peaceful manner. Although the eternal martial emperor had ascended for 1,000 years, no one came to break the peace here. Nobody knew that someone had been living in this residence for the past 1,000 years. Under the peach blossom tree, a man sat in a lotus position. He wore purple robes and had a calm expression. Although he had delicate features, he exuded a unique aura, as though he was above the mortal realm. The man looked at his palm with a clear gaze. 4 thumb-sized flames shone in his fair palm: the martial spirit fire, red lotus karmic fire, tribulation fire, dragon phoenix flame. The 4 balls of flames danced in his palm like 4 spirits and circled around his fingertips nimbly. 5 mysterious purple halos appeared behind the man, making him look like a god that could not be ignored. The martial Tao prime body. In 1,000 years, the martial Tao prime body fused with the bloodline of the dragon phoenix and made another breakthrough. He was already at level 5 of the Fate Ring realm. Back then, many Black Essence realm witches descended. According to the judgment of the martial Tao prime body, the combat strength of a level 5 Fate Ring was definitely not weaker than any Black Witch, and was definitely at the peak of the Black Essence realm. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the space beside him. The martial Tao prime body knew who it was without even looking. "You're back." The martial Tao prime body said softly. A boy in a white shirt walked out of the dimensional tear and bowed to the martial Tao prime body. "Young master." The boy's face was pink and his eyes were black and clear. Time had not left any marks on him. It was Tao Yao. Tao Yao's sentience was unlocked by Daiyu, and he obtained Su Zimo's inheritance. His talent was shocking, and his cultivation realm had long reached the Mahayana realm where he could ascend at any moment. However, all these years he was unwilling to leave and had been guarding the martial Tao prime body. "How is she?" The martial Tao prime body put away the flames in his palm and asked, "I've sent immortal peaches and the elixirs you found over, although Sister Yao Shua ate them." At that point, Tao Yao hesitated for a moment. Her lifespan showed no signs of increasing for some reason. The martial Tao prime body frowned. The main reason why he stayed in Tianhuang mainland and did not ascend was because he was worried about some old friends here. One of them was Yao Shua. The 2 of them had a past, but they were not fated to be together. Although that past was not absolutely unforgettable, Su Zimo remembered everything. In his heart, Yao Shua was different from others. All these years, Yao Shua's cultivation realm was still at the void reversion realm. The martial Tao prime body had once traveled through Tianhuang mainland and even searched for spatial nodes to break through the barrier of Tianhuang mainland and head to other minor kiliocosms to search for elixirs that could increase one's lifespan. He handed all the elixirs to Tao Yao so that he could bring them to Yao Shua. The reason why he did not choose to appear was because he hoped that Yao Shua could sever her past and start a new life. As the empress of the great Zhou Empire, Yao Shua had a noble and extraordinary status. Coupled with her devastatingly beautiful appearance, she had many suitors. Initially, the martial Dao prime body intended to leave when Yao Xue got married. However, Yao Xue had been alone for the past 1,000 years. Tao Yao visited Yao Xue many times and sent her elixirs. He even explained and imparted the Dao to her. Yet, for many years, Yao Xue's cultivation realm showed no signs of relenting. Even the martial Dao prime body could not understand that. The lifespan of a void reversion was more than 5,000 years. Yao Xue had been cultivating for more than 2,000 years. Yao Xue had a heaven spirit root. Although her talent could not be considered as peerless, it was far beyond that of ordinary people. Coupled with the guidance of a top-tier expert like Tao Yao, there should be some progress in her cultivation. Young master, I can sense that Sister Yao Xue has not forgotten about you all these years. Tao Yao said, every time I visit her, it's when she's the happiest. She even asks me many things about you. Young master, why don't you visit her? Tao Yao mustered his courage and said. The martial Dao prime body was silent for a long time before sighing internally and shaking his head. One day he would leave. In that case, it was better not to see her. The martial Dao prime body closed his eyes for a long time and forgot about this matter for the time being. He slapped his storage bag and suddenly took out a drop of scarlet blood. It contained an extremely terrifying power and even emitted a powerful life force fluctuation. There was a spirit consciousness in that drop of blood, Heavenly Wolf. All these years, the martial Dao prime body had spent most of his time cultivating and had never paid attention to Heavenly Wolf, almost forgetting his existence. It was only when he established a connection with the Green Lotus True Body that he recalled that there was such blood from the upper world in his storage bag. What are you doing? When Heavenly Wolf saw the martial Dao prime body, he suddenly became nervous. Naturally, he could sense that this person's aura had become even more terrifying and powerful after 1,000 years. Back then, this person summoned 3 balls of flames and tortured him so badly that he wanted to die. It was unforgettable. Tell me about the origin of the Hell Suppression Tripod. The martial Dao prime body glared at the blood in his palm and asked slowly, I really can't remember. Heavenly Wolf replied, All right, I'll help you. The martial Dao prime body's expression was unchanged as 4 balls of flames appeared in his palm. The 4 balls of flames interweaved into a cage and trapped Heavenly Wolf within. They burned furiously and released an extremely terrifying searing power that seemed like it could incinerate everything. Even a gigantic hole was burned in the space in the palm of the martial Dao prime body. Although the palm of the martial Dao prime body was already in the void, the wild currents in the void could not extinguish the 4 balls of flames. 3 balls of flames almost took Heavenly Wolf's life. The moment the 4 balls of flames burned, Heavenly Wolf let out a tragic cry. Sizzle! Under the heat of the flames, the drop of blood let out a strange sound and emitted green smoke. The life force in his blood was decreasing rapidly. At this rate, the drop of blood would be burned into nothingness by the 4 balls of flames in less than an hour. I'll talk. Heavenly Wolf shrieked repeatedly. The flames of the martial Dao prime body relented slightly but did not dissipate. Heavenly Wolf said hurriedly, back then a supreme expert was born in the Buddhist monasteries. In order to suppress many evil demons, that expert refined his flesh into a purgatory. In order to suppress the purgatory, this expert created an unprecedented supreme weapon. Within the tripod, there's a taboo, mystic classic of the Buddhist monasteries, the Prajna Nirvana Sutra. The 4 walls of the tripod are fused with the souls of the 4 sacred beasts, causing the power of the Hell Suppression Tripod to increase significantly. His Tao title is Infinite, and he's known throughout the world as the Infinite Great Emperor. Chapter 1921. Change in the Mind. Chapter 1921. Change in the Mind. Infinite, Great Emperor. The martial Tao, prime body murmured. Even with his temperament, he could not conceal the shock in his eyes when he heard Heavenly Wolf's description. What sort of a method was it to refine one's flesh into a purgatory to suppress evil? There was no need to even mention capturing the souls of the 4 sacred beasts to create supreme, divine weapons. Even though the martial Tao prime body did not know much about the upper world, he could roughly guess that the 4 sacred beasts, the azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise, were definitely peak existences in the upper world. However, even those powerful sacred beasts were suppressed by the infinite Great Emperor with their souls captured and sealed within the Hell Suppression Tripod. It was clear how powerful he was. Even so, the Hell Suppression Tripod was shattered. Is the infinite Great Emperor still alive? The martial Tao prime body asked. Actually, when he asked that question, the martial Tao prime body already had an answer in his heart. If the infinite Great Emperor was still alive, the Hell Suppression Tripod would not have been shattered and left in the lower world, buried in the ruins. He died a long time ago. Heavenly Wolf said, the infinite Great Emperor once established an era. However, countless years have passed since that era. It might be hundreds of millions of years, or even billions of years. It's too long. Even great emperors can't live forever and last for so long. Era. The martial Tao prime body frowned slightly. Heavenly Wolf explained, if a great emperor is born in the upper world, he will create an era of his own. When the great emperor dies, it will also mean the end of this era. You mean to say that there's only a single great emperor in each era? The martial Tao prime body asked instead. Of course. Heavenly Wolf said, there are many Emperor Realm experts in the many worlds of the upper world. However, there's only one great emperor in every era. The great emperor looks down on the world and gathers fortune to rule over all worlds. He reigns supreme in the universe, and no one dares to disobey him. There's only a single great emperor. Upper world, divine firmament mainland. When Su Zimo obtained that information, many of the doubts in his heart were gradually resolved. It was no wonder why the bronze square tripod was so strong and indestructible. Although it was battered, even the black hole could not devour it. The bronze square tripod was originally an emperor weapon. Of course, given its shattered state, its cultivation realm as an emperor weapon had long fallen, and its power was greatly reduced. Su Zimo's cultivation realm could not be too low if he wanted the Hell Suppression Tripod to recover to its peak and unleash the true might of the Emperor weapon. Under normal circumstances, as a supreme Emperor weapon, the Hell Suppression Tripod was famous and was extremely easy to recognize. However, because it was too long ago and the Hell Suppression Tripod was shattered beyond recognition, no one had been able to identify its origin up till now. In Su Zimo's opinion, even if he repaired the Hell Suppression Tripod completely, not many people would be able to recognize that Emperor weapon. Su Zimo composed himself and continued cultivating beneath the mine. His cultivation realm had already broken through to the level 9 Black Essence realm. The mine was filled with essence spirit stones. If nothing went wrong, he was prepared to cultivate to the peak of the level 9 Black Essence realm. If he had the chance, he would even attempt to break through to the Earth Essence realm and become an Earth Immortal. A year later, outside Glass City, in a mine tunnel beneath the 7th Essence Spirit Mine, Su Zimo suddenly jolted awake from his cultivation. His eyes flickered and he had a strange expression. Earlier on, he felt an unusual sense of trepidation on a whim. For the past 1,000 years, the mine had been extremely peaceful and no one dared to disturb him. The cultivators in the mine were all black immortals and posed no threat to him. However, that sense of trepidation was extremely obvious, and it was definitely not an illusion. Could someone have noticed me cultivating in secret? The moment that thought crossed Su Zimo's mind, he denied it himself. All these years he had been extremely careful and had not exposed himself. Even the cultivators in the mine did not know what he was doing in the depths of the mine tunnel. Could it be? Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of a guess. This is bad, Run. Someone dug out a complete claw, and everyone around it is dead. Right then, an inexplicable scream sounded from outside the mine tunnel. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. Back before he entered the mine, a noseless cultivator told him something similar. Someone had once dug out a drop of blood and buried tens of thousands of cultivators in this mine. If a complete claw was dug out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Heavens, that's not a claw. Right then, a trembling voice sounded. This is a complete living being. It's alive. Ah. The cries stopped abruptly. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. A living being was dug out from the Essence spirit mine. The noseless cultivator had once told him that some of the flesh and corpses could last for hundreds of thousands of years without rotting and be preserved till now. One could imagine the terrifying power contained in those flesh and corpses. After countless years, an ancient living being had awakened under the Essence spirit mine. Suddenly, Su Zimo recalled something and looked over instinctively. He stared at a stone wall of a mine tunnel not far away in silence. More than 100 years ago, he dug to the stone wall. Just as he was about to swing the jade spatula down, his spirit perception warned him for no reason. It was extremely dangerous. He did not attack rashly. Instead, he channeled the nether glow and illumination eye. His left eye was pitch black, and his right eye was white as he looked at the stone wall. Under normal circumstances, the surface of the rocks in the mining area had a unique stone skin. Even spirit consciousness could not penetrate it, let alone sight. However, over the years, Su Zimo had inadvertently discovered that if he were to circulate his illumination and nether glow eye at the same time, he could vaguely see through the stone skin and see some blurry scenes within. That discovery delighted him. That way, he could easily determine where essence spirit stones were in the mine tunnel and gather them directly, saving a lot of time. At that time, he used his illumination and nether glow eye to stare at the stone wall. Through the stone skin, he could vaguely see a blurry white shadow. It was 10 feet wide and was different from essence spirit stones. Out of caution, Su Zimo did not continue digging the stone wall. Instead, he changed directions to gather essence spirit stones before continuing to cultivate with them. But now that a calamity had broken out beneath the mine, Su Zimo could not help but recall this matter. The tragic cries outside gradually faded and became silent before long. Su Zimo's 5 senses were sharp, and he could already smell the strong stench of blood. He did not dare to act rashly. Instead, he retracted his aura and held his breath, letting his heartbeat slow down to its limits and the flow of his bloodline become incomparably slow. He hid in the depths of the mine tunnel motionlessly, like a lifeless stone. Su Zimo waited patiently. Time passed bit by bit. An hour passed. Su Zimo judged that the ancient living being should have left long ago. Out of caution, he remained motionless and continued waiting. 2 hours later, after a long time without any activity, Su Zimo let out a long breath and his expression relaxed. Chapter 1922. Appearance of the Living Being. Chapter 1922. Appearance of the Living Being. For such a huge trouble to happen in this mine, it would definitely attract experts of Glass City. This was not a place where he should linger. After ensuring that there were no unusual movements outside, Su Zimo left. When he passed by the strange stone wall, he paused for a moment, but did not act rashly and continued forward. Before long, the mine entrance appeared deep underground. Su Zimo stood at the entrance and looked around. The scene outside was extremely terrifying. Dozens of corpses were strewn on the ground with fresh blood flowing. Some of the cultivators lost half their bodies, while others had their chests pierced by some gigantic weapon and were almost split into two. Some of the cultivators were rotten and disfigured, dying tragically. Su Zimo's gaze shifted to a head not far away. The head was filled with rotting flesh and had no nose. It was the noseless cultivator who entered the mine with Su Zimo back then. The person's head was severed and his eyes were widened with fear. It could be considered as his bad luck that he encountered two of such mining calamities. He managed to survive the previous time, but was not spared this time round. Su Zimo sighed gently and prepared to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the mine, his expression changed, and he retreated hurriedly, looking down. Su Zimo's pupils constricted in shock. A thin wound appeared on his calf that was almost imperceptible. However, it almost severed his calf. Fresh blood seeped out slowly from the wound. It was only now that Su Zimo felt an intense pain. Although the wound was thin, it was extremely deep and even severed his bones. Su Zimo's expression turned grim. He still could not tell what sharp weapon it was that could cause such a thin wound. Even the sharpest sword that was as thin as a cicada's wings would not leave such an injury. It was more like he was cut by a thread. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly looked towards the entrance of the mine and narrowed his eyes. Beneath the entrance of the mine, a string of blood droplets hung sinisterly in midair. That was where Su Zimo had raised his leg earlier on. Su Zimo channeled his illumination and nether glow eye and focused his black and white eyes. Pissed. That single glance caused Su Zimo to gasp. More than 10 transparent threads appeared at the entrance of the mine, almost sealing it completely. The string of blood droplets that hovered in midair came from one of the threads hung there. That thin and transparent thread nearly sliced his calf into two. What's that? Su Zimo frowned with a bewildered expression. At this point of his cultivation, the green lotus true body could even injure connate, black-grade, dermic treasures. However, the dozens of fine threads before him nearly severed his calf. Those threads were sharper than any divine weapon. Furthermore, Su Zimo did not use any strength at all and merely walked forward normally. When he accidentally bumped into the thread, his calf was almost severed. In fact, he did not feel any pain when the thread cut into his flesh. It was clear how sharp it was. Su Zimo's expression was terrible, and he felt a sense of trepidation. If not for his sharp spirit perception that sensed something amiss and retreated in time, he would have been a corpse that was sliced into pieces by the dozens of threads outside the mine. Could those threads have been left behind by that ancient living being? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he vaguely recalled something. However, right then he suddenly felt an itch from the wound on his calf that made him want to scratch it. Su Zimo stopped that thought hurriedly and looked down. The wound on his calf had already turned black and purple. The wound was oozing pus, and his entire calf was gradually swelling. The transparent threads were poisoned. Su Zimo was shocked. The green lotus bloodline was immune to evil and poison. But now, even the bloodline of the green lotus true body could not stop the spread of the poison. The black and purple color of the wound spread slowly, and Su Zimo's entire calf went from being itchy and numb to gradually losing feeling. Su Zimo released the innate divine power of the six-tusked divine strength hurriedly, and his essence, spirit, and bloodline power surged. Even so, the green lotus bloodline could not suppress the poison in the wound at all. Su Zimo's essence, spirit, had long reached the earth essence realm and forcefully broke through the seal on his consciousness. He quickly erased the seal on his storage bag and took out a pile of elixirs to consume. When the elixirs entered his stomach, they turned into a rich medicinal effect that surged towards his wound. However, such a large number of elixirs and the pure and flawless green lotus bloodline merely blocked the spread of the poison slightly. Right then, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind, and he looked up instinctively. Outside the mine, a blood shadow sprinted over at an astonishing speed. Under the illumination and nether glow eyes, Su Zimo could see everything clearly. The blood shadow was a gigantic scarlet spider. Its 8 legs were sharp as spears and its feet were light. Stepping on the many threads, it was extremely agile and silent. The scarlet blood spider had a menacing expression, and its bloodshot eyes revealed a ferocious gaze as it glared at Su Zimo in the mine, as though it had seen an interesting delicacy. Su Zimo had already guessed that possibility earlier on. For such threads to appear at the entrance of the mine, the only possibility was a living being of the spider race. The aura released by the scarlet blood spider was extremely terrifying, and Su Zimo could not even sense its cultivation. However, he realized that this scarlet blood spider was the ancient living being that had just awakened from the essence spirit mine. When he touched the spider thread at the entrance of the mine, the scarlet blood spider could sense it even from 500 kilometers away. Although the spider thread was sharp and poisonous, the scarlet blood spider's massive body walked on the threads with shocking speed as though it was walking on flat ground. The spider thread trembled slightly, and the scarlet blood spider had already arrived at the entrance of the mine. The moment he caught sight of the scarlet blood spider, Su Zimo broke out in cold sweat. This beast did not know any sympathy. Since it started a massacre the moment it woke up, there was naturally no way it would let him off. Su Zimo could not run at all with his numb calf. Phew! A pair of gigantic golden wings appeared behind him and burst the surrounding stone walls. Sand and gravel flew as the mine tunnel swayed with signs of collapse. Su Zimo wanted to make use of his extreme speed divine power to escape. However, the abdomen of the scarlet blood spider at the front squirmed and instantly spat out invisible spider silk. Although it looked unusually weak, it floated in midair and sealed Su Zimo's escape path completely. When the wings of the rock made contact with the spider silk, they dissipated instantly and could not defend against it. Chapter 1923 Snow White Butterfly. Chapter 1923 Snow White Butterfly. The moment he met the scarlet blood spider, Su Zimo was in immense danger and his life was hanging by a thread. The difference in strength between them was too great, and all his trump cards were useless against this scarlet blood spider. In the hell suppression tripod, the souls of 2 sacred beasts were awakened. However, the power of the 2 sacred beast souls had already been exhausted in the previous battle. The power of the 2 sacred beast souls could only be recovered if there were enough sentient dermic treasures for the hell suppression tripod to devour and refine. Right now, Su Zimo did not have anything to rely on to defend against the power of this ancient living being. Even if the scarlet blood spider did not attack again, the poison on the spider silk would kill the green lotus true body before long. PSSD. With an excited expression and a ferocious gaze, the scarlet blood spider let out an ear-piercing cry and lunged toward Su Zimo with its 8 legs. The path ahead was completely sealed by the spider silk, and there was no way to charge through. There were too many spider silk that were everywhere. Even with the true Dragon 9 flashes, Su Zimo did not dare to release it recklessly, afraid that his landing spot after the flash would descend on the incomparably sharp spiderweb that was filled with poison. Helpless, Su Zimo could only retreat along the mine tunnel. However, without the wings of the rock, even if he released boundless golden light, heavenly feet, and other movement divine powers, his speed was far inferior to the scarlet blood spider. Before long, the scarlet blood spider had already closed in and extended its front legs that resembled spears, piercing toward Su Zimo. There were even sharp spikes on its front legs that emitted a foul stench and were extremely toxic. Even if he was scratched by the spider leg, he could die on the spot, let alone struck by it. The poison on Su Zimo's calf had already spread. One of his thighs was numb and his movement technique was sluggish. When he saw the scarlet blood spider charging over and could not dodge, Su Zimo summoned the hell suppression tripod. In a flash, he curled up and hid in the tripod. Clang! A pair of spider legs tore through the air and struck the hell suppression tripod, causing a metallic sound and sparks to fly. Although he was hiding in the hell suppression tripod, Suzumo could still feel an extremely terrifying force sending it flying. Boom! 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 The hell suppression tripod retreated the entire way and smashed through the stone walls of the mine tunnel, causing dust to billow. The scarlet blood spider charged forward in pursuit. Suddenly, Suzumo felt a chilling intent descend and the hell suppression tripod stopped in its tracks, hovering in midair motionlessly. To be precise, the hell suppression tripod was frozen in midair. Instantly, a layer of frost covered the surface of the tripod. Even though he was curled up in the tripod, Suzumo could not help but shudder. He could not circulate his bloodline no matter how he tried. Frost appeared in his bloodline as well. A figure flashed past the hell suppression tripod. Instinctively, Suzumo looked up. A butterfly the size of a palm floated in midair. It was snow-white and emitted a chill. When it saw the snow-white butterfly, the scarlet blood spider suddenly paused as well. The snow-white butterfly could not compare to the scarlet blood spider at all and even looked a little weak. However, at that moment, the aura of the snow-white butterfly was not disadvantaged at all. Suzumo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled something. Previously, he discovered a blurry white shadow on a nearby stone wall that was a little strange. Out of caution, he did not excavate the stone wall. But now, because of the scarlet blood spider's pursuit, the hell suppression tripod accidentally shattered the stone wall and the blurry white shadow appeared. It was the snow-white butterfly before him. There was an ancient living being buried within the stone wall as well. Furthermore, this ancient living being was not dead. As though it recognized the origin of the snow-white butterfly, the scarlet blood spider's eyes were filled with fear. It was no longer as arrogant and unbridled as before as it lingered on the spot to test the waters. The snow-white butterfly glared at the scarlet blood spider and suddenly flapped its wings. Crack! 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 A terrifying cold current surged over, and a layer of frost covered the scarlet blood spider instantly, even forming ice crystals. The scarlet blood spider was shocked. Boom! The scarlet blood spider channeled its blood chi, and a loud bang sounded from its body. Instantly, it broke free from the frost on its body and shook off the ice on the ground. Glaring at the snow-white butterfly, the scarlet blood spider waved its 8 legs and fled the way it came, disappearing beneath the mine in the blink of an eye. Suzumo was secretly alarmed. To think that this seemingly weak snow-white butterfly was even more terrifying and managed to repel the scarlet blood spider. Ever since the snow-white butterfly appeared, it had never targeted Suzumo. However, the temperature beneath the mine had already fallen to its limits. Even the bronze square tripod could not withstand the coldness. Suzumo was shivering from head to toe and his teeth chattered. All of a sudden, on the other side, a clamor of people could be heard. Their clothes fluttered, as though many cultivators had already arrived underground and were rushing over. The scarlet blood spider escaped that way. Go and chase after it. That scarlet blood spider's strength is terrifying. It has just awakened and has already killed more than 100,000 people before its combat strength has even recovered to its peak. We're probably not its match either. It's fine. Just hold it back and try your best to keep it here. The county governor is rushing over personally with his men. The county governor was alarmed. The county governor is a perfected immortal expert. With him around, we'll definitely be able to suppress that beast. Suzumo's hearing was strong, and he heard everything clearly. Initially, it was rare for something to happen beneath the essence spirit mine. Even if they dug up any flesh or corpses, the earth immortals and heaven immortals of the major cities were enough to settle them. To think that a living being would be dug out from the essence spirit mine, even heaven immortal experts could not suppress such a living being. An extremely powerful life force fluctuation is coming from this side as well. Follow me. Right then, a man said in a deep voice. The cultivators that arrived split into two groups, and one of them sensed the commotion and sped over. Su Zimo lamented internally. As a black immortal, he had no way of protecting himself in such a situation. They were like fish and prawns in a wave and could not resist at all. He wanted to escape from this place as soon as possible. However, the snow-white butterfly was right in front of him, and he did not dare to act rashly. Before long, a few figures rushed out from a few mine tunnels. There were hundreds of them. Their leader had a powerful aura and stood in midair. He wore iron armor and wielded a spear. The moment he arrived, he glared at the snow-white butterfly not far away with a grim expression. Behind the armored man were many glass city guards. Although their cultivation realms were different, they were all earth immortal experts. However, the aura of the armored man was clearly much stronger than many earth immortals. Unexpectedly, that should be a heaven immortal expert of Glass City. Chapter 1924. Tragic Ice Butterfly. Chapter 1924. Tragic Ice Butterfly. Attack! The armored man pointed his spear at the snow-white butterfly and said coldly. The hundreds of earth immortal experts behind him dispersed and charged towards the snow-white butterfly. Even in midair, they released bedazzling dermic treasures. Phew! Essence chi surged in the mine tunnel. Many earth immortals did not dare to be careless and condensed greater divine powers right away to release. Although he was facing a seemingly weak butterfly, the armored man had no intention of holding back. He channeled his essence spirit, and his spear shone with a blinding light. The entire mine tunnel rumbled and trembled continuously, as though it would collapse the next moment and bury all living beings beneath. A terrifying divine power burst forth. Although Su Zimo did not recognize that divine power, he could instantly tell from its might that it was a supreme divine power. This person was indeed a heaven immortal expert. In a battle of this level, even the aftershock could severely injure or even kill him. However, there was no way out behind him. Although the hell suppression tripod could defend against head-on attacks, it did not have a lid after all and could not protect him in a truly chaotic battlefield. Suddenly, the snow-white butterfly in midair flapped its wings. Under the pair of wings that were not big, two terrifying cold currents could be seen with the naked eye. They were white and filled with fog. Crack, crack, crack. The temperature in the mine tunnel dipped and a chilling, intense spread. Before many dermic treasures descended, they were covered by a layer of frost and froze in midair. Many divine powers and secret skills were frozen by the frost chi as well. Even the supreme divine power released by the only heaven immortal expert, the armored man, could not neutralize the power of the two cold currents. All radiance was extinguished. Ice crystals formed on the spear of the armored man and extended along the body of the spear towards his palm, arm, and even his entire body. It was too fast. By the time the armored man reacted, his palm had already frozen with the spear. Retreat! The armored man's expression changed as he roared. Unfortunately, it was too late. A snow-white cold current surged over, and the hundreds of earth immortal experts in midair were frozen. Their bodies were filled with frost and ice crystals, as though they were frozen into human-shaped ice sculptures. The expressions on the faces of the ice sculptures and the fear in their eyes froze, as though everything was frozen in the past. Su Zimo was dumbfounded. Initially, he was worried that he would be implicated in the battle. To think that the moment the snow-white butterfly attacked with the two cold currents, none of the dermic treasures or any powers could penetrate its body. Hundreds of human-shaped ice sculptures began to fall. The snow-white butterfly flapped its wings once more. Bang, bang, bang. The human-shaped ice sculptures exploded one after another. Right in front of Su Zimo, many Earth Immortal experts shattered into snow-white ice butterflies that floated down slowly. There was no blood at all, and the ice butterflies danced in a tragic manner. There were hundreds of Earth Immortal experts, but all of them died in the blink of an eye with their essence spirits destroyed. Hiding in the Hell Suppression Tripod, Su Zimo could not help but shudder. The only one alive in the mine tunnel was the armored man at the Heaven Essence realm. However, the Heaven Immortal expert did not feel good either after the 2 attacks of the snow-white butterfly. A layer of ice formed on his spear and armor as well. It was cold and almost froze him completely. Boom! Circulating his blood chi, the armored man roared and shuddered, breaking free from the ice layer. Countless ice shards shattered and flew everywhere. The armored man's face was pale as he coughed a few times. The blood he spat out was blood-colored ice blocks the size of fingernails that emitted cold air. Swoosh! He had a horrified expression as he turned to flee without hesitation. He released an escape technique and disappeared into the ground. The group of them arrived quickly but left even faster. Hundreds of Earth Immortal experts died, and the only Heaven Immortal escaped with serious injuries. The snow-white butterfly was sealed in this essence spirit mine and had slept for countless years. It had just awakened today, and its combat strength had yet to recover to its peak. Otherwise, even the armored man would not be able to escape death. The snow-white butterfly was so terrifying. It was no wonder why the Green Cloud County governor would rush over personally when an ancient living being was dug out from the mine. Instead of chasing after the armored man, the snow-white butterfly turned around and faced Su Zimo. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. If the snow-white butterfly wanted to kill him, it would not even have to attack twice. A single flap of its wings was enough. The snow-white butterfly flapped its wings, but did not release any killing moves. Instead, it arrived before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. The man and butterfly were merely inches apart as they exchanged glances. Pausing for a moment, the snow-white butterfly circled around Su Zimo a few times, as though it sensed something, but did not attack him. Su Zimo did not move at all as he tried his best to compose himself. "I had no intention of disturbing you, Senior. I only alarmed you by a freak coincidence." Su Zimo forced a smile and explained. The snow-white butterfly remained silent and ignored Su Zimo. After circling a few times, it flew close to Su Zimo's injured calf. It was only then that Su Zimo recalled that his calf was cut by the spider silk and was poisoned. He lowered his head and could not help but freeze slightly. Before the battle earlier on, the poison in the wound on his calf had already spread and extended to his entire thigh. But now, the poison lingered in his thigh and did not continue spreading. Su Zimo could sense how terrifying that poison was. However, his green lotus true body could not defend against it at all. Now that the poison was controlled, it was clear that it was caused by external forces. On second thought, he guessed the reason. Because of the awakening of the snow-white butterfly, the temperature in the mine tunnel was extremely low. The body of the green lotus true body was also corroded by the cold chi, and his bloodline was almost frozen. Under such circumstances, the poison could not spread. The snow-white butterfly hovered around his calf and flapped its wings. With every flap, a stream of cold air would surge into Su Zimo's thigh. Under the influence of the poison, his thigh had already turned purple-black. But now the purplish-black color on his thigh was fading bit by bit. At the same time, purplish-black blood oozed from the wound with a nauseating stench. Su Zimo was delighted when he saw that. The cold air was even stronger than the scarlet blood spider's poison. The snow-white butterfly was healing him. Before long, the poisoned blood in the wound on his calf was completely drained. He had already regained feeling on his entire thigh. Without the corrosion of the poison, the terrifying regeneration capabilities of the green lotus true body reappeared and the wound closed rapidly. Before long, he would recover to his original state. "Thank you, Senior." Su Zimo expressed his thanks hurriedly. If not for the snow-white butterfly's help in purging the poison, this green lotus true body might have been crippled completely. Chapter 1925 Green Cloud County Governor. Chapter 1925 Green Cloud County Governor. After purging the poison from Su Zimo's leg, the snow-white butterfly circled around him a few more times, lingering uncertainly as though it was hesitant. Although the snow-white butterfly did not say anything, Su Zimo could sense some anxiety and worry from it. This butterfly was so strong. What was it worried about? Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he recalled some of the conversations from before. The Green Cloud County Governor was even here personally for this spirit mine incident. He was a perfected immortal expert. However, the snow-white butterfly had just awakened and had yet to recover its strength completely. It should be worried about the Green Cloud County Governor. Su Zimo naturally hoped that the snow-white butterfly could stay by his side. With such an ancient living being as a companion, he could even head to the entire Green Cloud County, let alone Glass City. However, Su Zimo knew very well that this snow-white butterfly would definitely become a public enemy after its awakening. The power of the entire Green Cloud County would come and encircle it. At that time, even he might be destroyed by that power, let alone the snow-white butterfly. As Su Zimo pondered, the snow-white butterfly flapped its wings and floated into the distance, disappearing into the mine before long. Su Zimo still felt a sense of disappointment when he saw the butterfly leave. Dai Yu's true form was the butterfly race. Therefore, Su Zimo could not help but have a good impression of the snow-white butterfly. Furthermore, he guessed that the reason why the snow-white butterfly was willing to heal him might be because it sensed the aura of someone of the same race from him. "Go on. I hope you can escape this calamity." Su Zimo looked in the direction of the snow-white butterfly and murmured, "I wonder if we'll meet again in the future." After that battle, the mine was reduced to ruins with corpses strewn everywhere. Among the corpses, there were some shattered ice blocks. Those ice blocks were the corpses of the hundreds of Earth immortal experts earlier on. Although the temperature in the mine had returned to normal after the snow-white butterfly left for a period of time, the ice did not melt. Su Zimo could see some storage bags through the ice. The storage bags of hundreds of Earth immortal experts were not a small fortune. However, after pondering for a long time, Su Zimo decided against touching those items. This place was not far from Glass City. More and more powerful cultivators were rushing over. He did not know if he could escape successfully. If he took away the hundreds of storage bags, there was a high chance that he would cause unexpected trouble. After checking carefully and ensuring that there was no danger ahead, Su Zimo headed outside. "County Governor, you sure are capable. That scarlet blood spider killed hundreds of thousands of people and nearly 10,000 of my cultivators. If not for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Outside the mine, the city lord of Glass City, Lu Yu, bowed slightly towards a middle-aged man in long robes. The middle-aged man had gray hair and stood motionlessly in midair with his hands behind his back. His eyes were deep and he exuded a dignified aura. This was the Green Cloud County Governor, perfected immortal Jingyu. When perfected immortal Jingyu heard that something had happened to Glass City, he used a teleportation formation to arrive here right away. The moment he attacked, he captured a scarlet blood spider alive. Perfected immortal living beings were filled with treasures. Even if he could not subdue the scarlet blood spider, he would benefit immensely if he killed it. Jing Yu was in no hurry to deal with the scarlet blood spider. Instead, he came here. On the other side, the armored man who managed to escape from the killing move of the snow-white butterfly had a pale expression and was describing the scene in the mind softly. If I'm not wrong, it should be an ice butterfly. Perfected immortal Jingyu said in a deep voice, most of the butterflies are weak and don't pose much of a threat. However, there are also some experts among them. The strongest are from the emperor butterfly lineage, followed by the ice butterfly lineage. I'm guessing that there's a high chance this ice butterfly was at the Perfected One realm before it was sealed. Perfected One realm cultivators were perfected immortals. In other words, this ice butterfly was once a perfected immortal level living being. Lu Yu, the armored man, and the others were nervous. Perfected immortal Jingyu smiled gently. You guys don't have to worry. This ice butterfly has been sealed for countless years and has just awakened. It'll take a long time for it to recover to its peak. Given the methods displayed by this ice butterfly, it should still be at the heaven immortal realm. There's nothing to fear. Perfected immortal Jingyu said in a deep voice, Lu Yu, spread my orders. Mobilize the guards of Glass City and the Earth Execution Guards to search for the ice butterfly. This ice butterfly can't have gone far. Report to me the moment you have any news. Perfected immortal Jingyu had set up an impenetrable trap to try his best and track down the ice butterfly. Although Green Cloud County was huge, the ice butterfly was too obvious a target. Unless it escaped from Green Cloud County, it would be difficult for the ice butterfly to avoid perfected immortal Jingyu's detection. As though he recalled something, Lu Yu instructed one of his personal guards and whispered, Everyone beneath the mine is dead, including hundreds of Earth immortals. Go down and tidy up the battlefield. Most importantly, retrieve the storage bags of the hundreds of Earth immortals. Understood. The personal guard hollered. Perfected immortal Jingyu was prepared to leave as well. Right then, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around slowly. He looked at the mining area not far beneath him and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Lu Yu asked hurriedly when he saw Perfected immortal Jingyu's strange expression. Perfected immortal Jingyu pointed to a mine pit not far away and asked, That ice butterfly was dug out from this mine. It's absolutely true. The armored man said hurriedly, Hundreds of cultivators under my lead, including grade 9 Earth immortals, were killed by this ice butterfly. There's no mistake about it. In that case, there shouldn't be anyone alive in this mine. Perfected immortal Jingyu said softly, They're definitely all dead. Before the armored man could speak, Lu Yu said, The people in this mine are all lowlifes of the Black Immortal Realm. There can only be ghosts remaining after such powerful living beings were dug out. Ghosts? Perfected immortal Jingyu glared at the mine tunnel not far away with a fake smile. County Governor, you mean to say that there's someone alive inside? Lu Yu asked with a puzzled expression. Before his sentence was finished, a figure could vaguely be seen limping out of the mine. When Su Zimo arrived at the entrance of the cave, he sensed that something was amiss. There were many powerful auras outside. However, at the same time, he sensed one of the strongest auras locking onto him. At that moment, it was too late for him to retreat. Su Zimo could only grit his teeth and walk out. Outside the mine, many experts stood in the air. There were Earth Immortals, Heaven Immortals, the armored man who escaped, and the city lord of Glass City. At that moment, all of them looked at Su Zimo in disbelief with widened eyes. It was as though they had seen a ghost. At the front of the figures stood a gray-haired, middle-aged man who was looking at Su Zimo with interest and bright eyes. Chapter 1926, Hunting Meat. Chapter 1926, Hunting Meat. How is that possible? In midair, the armored man was shocked. Two extremely terrifying living beings were dug out from the mine, and the snow-white butterfly almost killed him. Even a heaven immortal like him nearly died in the mine, but this black immortal before him walked out alive. Interesting. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu chuckled. Report your name. The city lord of Glass City, Lu Yu, asked in a deep voice. There was no way Su Zimo could leave this place in front of such a situation and everyone. He could only maintain his composure and cupped his fists. I'm Su Zimo, and I came from the lower worlds. Greetings, exalted immortals. So, you're a lowlife. When they heard Su Zimo's words, many experts pouted their lips with disdain in their eyes. The weakest cultivators present were Earth immortals. Although Su Zimo was a grade 9 black immortal, he was not worthy of their attention. Su Zimo saw everyone's reaction. The environment of the upper world was even more difficult than he had imagined. No matter what achievements one had in the lower worlds, no matter how many heavenly tribulations they had passed to ascend, no matter how talented they were, as long as they were from the lower worlds, they would be mocked, jeered, humiliated, and even enslaved here. That was because, in the eyes of those cultivators of the upper world, they did not treat cultivators who ascended as humans at all. Su Zimo remained silent. Given his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to protect himself, let alone change the situation. Lu Yu sized up Su Zimo with a sharp gaze and did not find anything unusual. This grade 9 black immortal was extremely ordinary and even looked scholarly, like a harmless scholar of the mortal world. Su Zimo had long hidden the bloodline of his green lotus true body. On the Dragon Abyss Star, even if he revealed his green lotus bloodline, no one might recognize him. However, it was different on Divine Firmament mainland. Furthermore, the gray-haired man in the lead was unfathomable and was most likely the legendary Green Cloud County Governor. How did a black immortal like you manage to come out alive? Lu Yu narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. He exuded the might of a heaven immortal expert, as though he would attack and kill Su Zimo the moment the latter replied wrongly. Glass City was an important city under the jurisdiction of Green Cloud County. Anyone who could become the city lord of Glass City was naturally decisive to kill, and their hands were stained with countless blood. It's probably luck. I truly only managed to survive by chance. Su Zimo had a calm expression. Initially, I was about to be killed by a blood-colored spider. Unexpectedly, a snow-white butterfly suddenly awakened, and these two ancient living beings fought. Su Zimo recounted the scene beneath the mine, but skipped the part about the snow-white butterfly healing him. There were no falsehoods in his words. When Su Zimo said it, it gave off the feeling that he was lucky to survive because he was not involved in the battle between the two living beings. Bullshit! Lu Yu suddenly shouted. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. However, he calmed down quickly and met Lu Yu's gaze with a calm expression. Actually, Lu Yu merely had a vague feeling that something was amiss with what Su Zimo said. However, he could not pinpoint exactly what was wrong. How dare a lowlife be dishonest in front of me? Lu Yu extended his palm, and a tremendous amount of essence qi gathered, surrounding Su Zimo instantly and pulling the latter to his side. The power of a heaven immortal was way too strong for Su Zimo to defend against. Let's see what's in your soul's memories. With a cold expression, Lu Yu was prepared to capture Su Zimo's essence spirit and use the soul-searching art. He would rather kill the wrong person than let them off. Against a grade 9 black immortal who was a lowlife, Lu Yu released the soul-searching art without any pressure or reservations. Su Zimo's gaze was cold. If his soul was searched, all his secrets would be exposed. The only thing he could do was to self-destruct his essence spirit. Forget it. Right then, perfected Immortal Jing Yu suddenly said, "Leave this person to me." Lu Yu was slightly stunned. "County Governor, I feel that there's something strange about this lad. He might have some secrets on him. Why don't I search his soul before handing him over?" After enduring the soul-searching art, even if he doesn't die, he's basically crippled. Perfected immortal Jing said indifferently, "What's the use of having a cripple? County governor, you want to." Lu Yu's heart skipped a beat as he guessed perfected immortal Jingyu's intentions. Perfected immortal Jingyu ignored Lu Yu and looked at Su Zimo. "You're indeed lucky to be able to walk out of such a mine alive. I'll give you another chance. If you're still so lucky and survive, I'll give you a huge opportunity." "Thank you, County Governor." Su Zimo bowed in thanks and lowered his head. He did not let down his guard, nor was he grateful to the Green Cloud County Governor. Although the Green Cloud County Governor saved him, it was clear that he had other motives. He did not know if it was good or bad. "Take him away first and guard him well." Perfected immortal Jingyu said, "I'll wait here for a few more days to search for that ice butterfly." Before long, more than 10 Earth Immortal Guards arrived beside Su Zimo and escorted him towards Glass City. Although the Earth Immortal Guards did not lock Su Zimo's limbs, they did not leave his side the entire time and did not give him any chance to escape. Su Zimo frowned slightly. It would have been fine if there were only 1 or 2 Earth Immortals. He would have been able to escape with some methods. However, there was no way he could escape alive against the watch of more than 10 Earth Immortals, including a Grade 9 Earth Immortal. After Su Zimo left, Lu Yu asked, "Are you going to throw that lad into the 10 Extreme Hell, County Governor?" "Yes." Perfected Immortal Jingyu nodded slightly and smiled. "Since that lad said that he's lucky, let's see how much fortune favors him in the 10 Extreme Hell. By the looks of his weak body, he'll probably die inside before long." Lu Yu laughed as well. A moment later, he hesitated for a moment before asking softly, "I heard that there was a huge commotion at the hunting meet this time round, and many Grade 8 and 9 Black Immortals were gathered from the major cities. I'm sure Prince Yuanzhua isn't doing this just for fun, right? What are you trying to say?" Perfected Immortal Jingyu asked expressionlessly. Lu Yu said in a low voice, "There's something strange about the suddenness of the hunting meet this time round. Is there any secret? County Governor, I wonder if you can tell me anything." "It's best if you don't ask about the affairs of Prince Yuanzhua." Perfected Immortal Jingyu interrupted Lu Yu coldly. Lu Yu lowered his head and smiled embarrassedly, not daring to refute. After a brief pause, Perfected Immortal Jingyu's expression softened. "You don't have to think too much about it. As usual, the city lords will be invited to watch this spectacular hunt. If you're interested, you can come along." Chapter 1927, Absolute Thunder City. Chapter 1927, Absolute Thunder City. Su Zimo had already stayed in Glass City for more than a month. Although he was not imprisoned, there were more than 10 Earth Immortal Guards guarding him, and he could not move around casually. It was equivalent to being locked up here. For the past few days, the entire Green Cloud County was not peaceful. Listening to the discussions of the Earth Immortals, the Green Cloud County Governor, Perfected Immortal Jingyu, captured traces of the ice butterfly and searched for it the entire way. He fought against it, and the latter escaped with serious injuries. Eventually, this ice butterfly attracted the arrival of Perfected Immortals from a few factions. The fact that it stood off against Perfected Immortal Jingyu caused a stir in the entire Green Cloud County. Many Earth Immortals far away in Glass City could not know the details of such a fight in detail. They merely heard that Perfected Immortal Jingyu did not manage to capture the ice butterfly in the end. Although Su Zimo had only met the ice butterfly once, he did not wish for it to fall into the hands of Perfected Immortal Jingyu and the others. For ancient living beings such as the scarlet blood spider and ice butterfly, once they were discovered, they would either be tamed or refined. There was almost no good outcome. When he heard the news, Su Zimo realized that Perfected Immortal Jingyu should return soon, and he would leave Glass City as well. Indeed, a day later, Perfected Immortal Jingyu and the City Lord of Glass City appeared at the same time and took Su Zimo away. They used the teleportation formation in the city to leave this place. The teleportation formation in Glass City was clearly much better than the one in Dragon Abyss City. The formation patterns were more complicated and mysterious, and the teleportation distance was greatly increased. During the teleportation process, Su Zimo could barely open his eyes and lost his 5 senses. After a long time, Su Zimo regained his senses and arrived at another unfamiliar teleportation formation. "Where am I?" Su Zimo asked instinctively. "This is the center of Green Cloud County, Absolute Thunder City." An Earth Immortal guard said in a deep voice. Everyone left the teleportation hall and arrived in the ancient city. Su Zimo looked around. The ancient city looked even more majestic and sturdy than Glass City. The city walls were pitch black and tall. The architectural style of the city leaned towards darkness. It was very different from Glass City and gave off an inexplicable sense of pressure. "There's something strange about this city," Su Zimo muttered to himself internally. The most striking thing in the city was the center of the ancient city. A thick and gigantic stone pillar soared into the skies with chains as thick as an arm coiled around it. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he was far away, he could still see that the surface of the stone pillar was etched with many dense runes that emitted a strange power. That stone pillar is one with the ancient city. It truly has an extraordinary aura. Su Zimo pretended to praise casually. "Fu." When Liu heard that, he could not help but stifle a chuckle. "Black Immortal, you sure are sharp to be able to tell that this stone pillar is extraordinary. I don't mind telling you that this is the absolute Thunder Divine Pillar. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the immortal king of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom personally forged it with an extraterritorial divine stone. There are many runes and forbidden techniques etched on it, and it's the foundation of Absolute Thunder City. With this absolute Thunder Divine Pillar, there won't be any power of thunder in this ancient city. Even lightning tribulations and heavenly tribulations won't descend on this city." "Why?" Su Zimo frowned slightly and asked, "Why can't thunder descend here?" "Humph." Liu Yu seemed to have thought of something and harumphed coldly. Just as he was about to explain, Perfected Immortal Jingyu, the Green Cloud County Governor, glanced at Su Zimo and said indifferently, "That's enough. It's useless, even if you know that." For some reason, Su Zimo felt that be it the Green Cloud County Governor or Liu Yu, the way they looked at him was special. Apart from the disdain towards the lower worlds, there was also a hint of mockery and ridicule. "Greetings, County Governor." Right then, a group of people arrived, not far away. Their leader had a powerful aura and was burly like an iron pagoda. He arrived before Perfected Immortal Jingyu and bowed. "There's no need for formalities." Perfected Immortal Jingyu nodded slightly. The person exchanged glances with Liu Yu and nodded as a form of greeting. Su Zimo watched coldly from the sidelines. This should be the city lord of Absolute Thunder City. "How's the preparation for the hunting meet going?" Perfected Immortal Jingyu asked. The city lord of Absolute Thunder City said in a deep voice, "Everything is ready and we're just waiting for Prince Yuanzhua and you to host it. Many city lords are here for the hunt as well. Hunting meet. Prince Yuanzhua." The information revealed by their conversation attracted Su Zimo's attention. Up till now, he did not know why the Green Cloud County Governor brought him to Absolute Thunder City. Could the Green Cloud County Governor be referring to the hunting meet when he said that he would be given a chance? Who was Prince Yuanzhua? From the tone of the city lord of Absolute Thunder City, the status of Prince Yuan seemed to be above the Green Cloud County Governor. Could this Prince Yuan's will be a legendary immortal king? Perfected Immortal Jingyu said, "Prince Yuanzhua is in seclusion, cultivation. We don't know if he will come this time round." Su Zimo pondered for a moment before asking, "May I ask what I'm here for, County Governor?" The city lord of Absolute Thunder City looked at Su Zimo and sized him up before looking at Lu Yu questioningly. To take part in the hunting meet. Lu Yu smirked and said with a fake smile. A mocking look flashed through the city lord of Absolute Thunder City's eyes as he smiled as well. Perfected Immortal Jingyu looked at Su Zimo with a calm expression. This hunting meet is the chance I'm about to give you. At this moment, the top Black Immortal experts from all over the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom are already gathered here. There are close to 100,000 of them, and you're one of them. 10 days later, you will enter a dungeon beneath Absolute Thunder City. Although it's a dungeon, it has its own dimension within. It's vast with green mountains, clear waters, flora, and all sorts of living beings. This dungeon is called the 10 Extreme Hell. Although Su Zimo was expressionless, he was secretly alarmed. Although the Green Cloud County governor made it sound easy, that was a dungeon after all, a dungeon known as the 10 Extreme Hell. That name carried a ferocious aura. The Green Cloud County governor continued, all of you and other living beings in the 10 Extreme Hell can be prey or hunters. There's only one thing you have to do, and that's to survive. Only true hunters can survive to the end. Indeed, back when the Green Cloud County governor saved Su Zimo and said that he wanted to give the latter a chance, Su Zimo already felt that things were not that simple. From the looks of it, the 10 Extreme Hell was definitely not a friendly place and was probably filled with endless danger. Su Zimo asked expressionlessly, how long do I have to stay inside and how can I leave the 10 Extreme Hell? There's no time limit and only 100 people can leave alive. The Green Cloud County governor said indifferently. Su Zimo was shocked. Of the nearly 100,000 Black Immortals, only 100 could survive. Chapter 1928 Arrival of the Prince. Chapter 1928 Arrival of the Prince. Take him down. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu waved his hand. Some Earth Immortal guards advanced and brought Su Zimo away from the place. County Governor, I think that lad is just an extremely ordinary Black Immortal. Why do you think so highly of him and even explain things to him personally? Looking at Su Zimo's back view, Lu Yu could not help but ask. Perfected Immortal Jing Yu shook his head gently. It's nothing much. I just feel that this lad is special. Of course, I might have misjudged him. The city lord of Absolute Thunder City said, among the many lowlifes who came this time round, there are a few Black Immortals with some methods and talent. There's even a woman who ascended after crossing the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation. In less than 5,000 years, she has already cultivated to the level 9 Black Essence realm. There's another person with a strong physique that's different from ordinary people. He has exuberant vitality and is invincible in melee combat. There's also a lowlife who practices the sword. His sword technique is passable, and his comprehension of the sword is not bad. At that point, the city lord of Absolute Thunder City paused for a moment before continuing. Compared to these lowlifes, that person earlier on was truly nothing. No matter what, the scale of this hunting game is massive and there are many people. It will definitely be more exciting and interesting than before. Perfected Immortal Jingyu chuckled. 10 days later, Absolute Thunder City. Nearly 100,000 Black Immortals of the lower worlds were gathered in the city, Lord's residence. At a glance, it was a dense black mass. The city Lord's residence of Absolute Thunder City was even more majestic than Dragon Abyss City. The 100,000 Black Immortals were accommodated with ease in a spacious square. Su Zimo observed secretly in the crowd as well. There are close to 100,000 Black Immortals, and most of them were grade 8 or 9 Black Immortals. Only a few were grade 7 Black Immortals. It was clear how large the scale of this hunting meet was. At the front of the square, there were hundreds of stone steps that extended up to an open-air hall before stopping. At the end of the stone steps was the main seat of the hall. Both sides of the hall were already filled with people. All of them had relaxed expressions as they ate the immortal fruits in front of them and drank wine, consuming merrily. Do you see that? Those who can sit in that hall are all city lords of the major cities. There are also some sect masters of immortal sections. The one with brown hair and a ruddy complexion is the sect master of Heavenly Mountain Immortal Sect. It's said that he's also a perfected immortal expert. A few cultivators in the crowd discussed softly. Although they were paragons and monster incarnates in the lower worlds, in the upper world they had fought for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Most of them had already lost their sharpness and edges. Everyone knew very well that even if they had already cultivated to grade 8 or 9 black immortals, they were no different from ants in the eyes of these powerful, exalted immortals. Hee. All the city lords and important figures of Green Cloud County are present. This is my chance to make a name for myself. In the crowd, a burly man with a strong physique and a ferocious expression grinned with a burning gaze. Everyone present knew that given their cultivation, identity, and status, they would not have the chance to come into contact with the exalted immortals in the hall at the front usually. This hunting meet was an opportunity for everyone to change their fates. Su Zimo's expression was calm as water as he surveyed his surroundings. He could vaguely sense that this hunting meet was definitely not simple. Everyone wanted to be the 100 survivors. However, in reality, most of them were only one of the remaining 90,000 odd. In the crowd, Su Zimo discovered a few cultivators that were not to be trifled with. The few of them exuded a dangerous aura. Right then, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he turned around and looked at a woman beside him. The woman was dressed in purple, and her long hair was tied simply behind her head. She had a voluptuous figure and fair skin. At first glance, her side profile did not seem outstanding. However, this woman was extremely nice to look at. With just a few more glances, one would feel that she had an extraordinary aura and an indescribable beauty. Su Zimo did not merely take a few more glances. Instead, he glared at the purple-robed woman for a long time. Under normal circumstances at their cultivation realm, one would definitely sense being stared at like this. However, the purple-robed woman did not turn back the entire time. Her expression was calm and her breathing did not fluctuate at all, as though she did not notice anything. Interesting. Su Zimo retracted his gaze. He sensed a familiar aura from the purple-robed woman that was similar to Hidden Death sect in Tianhuang mainland. Even he had almost ignored the existence of the purple-robed woman. This was an extremely dangerous assassin. Right then, a figure rode on rainbow, auspicious clouds and descended slowly above the city, Lord's residence, looking down at everyone. Greetings, County Governor. The city lords in the hall, including some sect masters, stood up one after another and cupped their fists with respectful expressions. The entire world belonged to the king. Su Shi had once told Su Zimo that in the great Jin Immortal Kingdom, all the major sects, factions, and families had to obey the rules of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom. The rule of the great Jin Immortal Kingdom over this land was even stronger than that of the great Zhou Empire of Tianhuang mainland over the north region. Everyone, there's no need to stand on courtesy. Perfected Immortal Jingyu said, I've just received news that Prince Yuanzhu will be coming to Absolute Thunder City personally to watch the hunting meet. The 100 people who survive this hunting meet will also obtain the chance to serve Prince Yuanzhu. Whoosh! Instantly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Country Lord Yuanzhu is coming as well. This is a rare opportunity. If I can stand out at this hunting meet and obtain the favor of Prince Yuanzhu, who will dare to look down on me in the future, who will dare to call me a lowlife. This was a chance for them to ascend through the ranks in a single leap. In the square, many black immortals were excited and discussions broke out. Unlike the clamor in the square, the city lords and sect masters of various factions in the hall were nonchalant and merely smiled indifferently with mocking expressions. These low-life ants are dreaming of a comeback because of the hunting meat? Foo-foo. That's where our fun lies. The city lords and sect masters chuckled, because they were too far away and there were close to 100,000 black immortals in the square. Almost no one could hear what the city lords were saying. Only Suzimo frowned slightly with a dark look in his eyes. He possessed the green lotus bloodline, and his hearing and vision were shockingly strong. He had heard everything clearly. This hunting meat was definitely not that simple. Right then, immortal music sounded from the distant horizon. Countless instruments played at the same time, interweaving into a decadent sound. Instantly, the crowd went silent. Everyone subconsciously looked up. In the skies, 3,000 beauties walked in a graceful manner. All of them wore palace robes and were incomparably beautiful, resembling fairies from the 9 heavens. Some of the women held flower baskets and raised their slender hands. Pink petals scattered and fell gently like a rain of flowers, pleasing to the eyes. Some of the women carried zither and raised their jade-like fingers, creating a pleasant sound. Some of the women held jade flutes and exhaled in a lovely manner as the sound of the flute lingered. Among the 3,000 women, a carriage advanced slowly. A young and handsome man leaned against the carriage. His eyes were like gems in the deep sea that shone with a strange glint. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, and his smile was slightly evil, emitting a charming aura. Chapter 1929 Fate. Chapter 1929 Fate. Such a grand entrance. The many black immortals in the square were shocked and dumbfounded. Those veiled women were as beautiful as fairies. Any one of them could be considered as a peerless beauty, let alone 3,000 of them. What was even more frightening was that all 3,000 beauties were Earth immortal experts. That alone was something that the many black immortals in the square could not match. Everyone realized that the young man who was surrounded by countless flowers must be Prince Yuan Zhuo of Green Cloud County. Indeed, the young man stood up slowly, and the 3,000 fairies knelt down with obedient expressions. Perfected immortal Jinyu, the city lords and sect masters stood up one after another and bowed, saying in unison, "Greetings, Prince Yuan Zhuo." That's how a man should be. In the crowd, the burly man named Li Tian said softly with a burning gaze and clenched fists. Suzimo frowned slightly and noticed something strange. From the looks of it, the status and power of Prince Yuanzhou was clearly above the Green Cloud County governor. However, the cultivation realm of this Prince Yuanzhou was not high and was only at the Earth Essence realm. Strange, Prince Yuanzhou is only an Earth immortal, but he can make many Heaven immortals and even perfected immortals like the Green Cloud County governor bow down. A black immortal muttered, "Humph." Another person sneered, "What do you know? Even if a prince or princess doesn't have a high cultivation realm, they are royalty of the Great Gene Immortal Kingdom and are backed by the Great Gene Immortal King. The governor of a county is at most a manager. How can he compare to the princes and princesses with the bloodline of the royal family?" Suzimo recalled what the city lord of Dragon Abyss City, Sushur, said to him. The execution guards were divided into 2 types, the Earth and the Heaven guards. The Heaven execution guards could only be mobilized by the royal family. Not even the county governors were qualified to do so. The scene before him confirmed Sushur's words. Even so, Suzimo was still puzzled. Even though the prince had a noble status because of his royal bloodline, the cultivation of Prince Yuan's was still seemed a little low. With the bloodline of the royal family, the various cultivation resources were definitely endless, and there were many treasures and cultivation techniques. The people they interacted with were also experts. Although Prince Yuanzhou was young, he was more than 40,000 years old. Under such circumstances, his cultivation to the earth essence realm did not seem fast. Of course, that was not impossible to explain. It was either that the talent of Prince Yuanzhua was ordinary, or he had taken the wrong path and was obsessed with beauty instead of cultivation. Just as Su Zimo was pondering, Prince Yuanzhua had already arrived in the hall. The final victors of this hunting meet will have a chance to follow me. As long as you're absolutely loyal, I won't mistreat you. Prince Yuanzhua looked down at the 100,000 black immortals in the square and said slowly. The initially silent crowd became noisy once more. Previously, perfected immortal Jingyu had already said it once. Now that Prince Yuanzhua declared it personally, no one doubted it anymore. As a descendant of the royal family, there was no way Prince Yuanzhua would renege on his words in front of everyone. I have to seize this opportunity. To think that although he's a noble of the royal family, he has no prejudice towards us who ascended from the lower worlds, and even gave us such a chance. That's right. That alone is worth risking my life to follow him. The many black immortals present had experienced countless hardships, coldness, and bullying in the upper world over the years. Now that Prince Yuanzhua had appeared, everyone was moved. Furthermore, who wouldn't be tempted by an opportunity to change their fates and escape their lowly statuses? Of course, there were also a few black immortals who had calm expressions the entire time, as though they were unmoved. One of them was Su Zimo. The other was the purple-robed woman beside him. Su Zimo was not surprised that the purple-robed woman was so calm. She cultivated the Tao of assassination. If not for her mental state, she would have died countless times. The reason why Su Zimo remained calm was because he felt that something was amiss. What sort of status did Prince Yuanzhua have? Although he was an earth immortal, he could mobilize the heaven execution guards at will, and even the Green Cloud County governor had to obey him. Why would such a powerful person choose 100 black immortals to serve him? That did not make sense. Another strange thing was that the black immortals who participated in the hunting meet were all people who had ascended from the lower worlds. Could it be, as others had said, that this was a fair chance for everyone from the lower worlds to change their fates? After saying that, Prince Yuanzhua had already arrived at the main seat and sat down. Perfected immortal Jingyu walked forward and declared, "Once the hunting meet begins, a hunting ranking will appear in the 10 Extreme Hell. It will only display the top 100, and the ranking will be based on the number of people you hunt. Those who survive and are ranked on the hunting ranking will be the final victors and can leave the 10 Extreme Hell." When they heard that, most of the cultivators in the square did not seem surprised, as though they were already familiar with the rules of the hunting meet. However, Su Zimo was secretly alarmed and felt a chill run down his spine. Perfected immortal Jingyu did not mention the word kill in his words earlier on. However, if one thought about it carefully, they could sense the bloodthirst behind it. It was cruel and sinister. By hunting, perfected immortal Jingyu meant killing. In other words, the so-called hunting ranking was actually a killing ranking. What was even more frightening were the rules of the hunting meet. The hunting ranking only displayed the top 100. In other words, one would have to kill endlessly if they wanted to make it onto the ranking. If one were to stop, there was a chance that they would be surpassed and squeezed out of the hunting ranking. Once one entered the 10 Extreme Hell, they would have no choice. Even if they wanted to stay out of things and not fight, someone would find and kill them. One could imagine that at the end of the hunting meet, less than 10% of the 100,000 black immortals would survive. This was not a hunting meet, but a killing feast organized by these exalted immortals, city lords, important figures, and titans. Su Zimo looked up at the exalted immortals in the hall. When perfected immortal Jingyu said that his tone was cold and he did not take the lives of the 100,000 black immortals seriously at all. The other city lords and sect masters chatted softly with relaxed expressions. The The hunting meet had been held countless times, and they were long used to the scene. Su Zimo lowered his head slightly with a cold gaze. The more he understood about the upper world, the more he could sense that feeling of helplessness. Both Daiyu and the human emperor had told him similar things. The upper world was much more dangerous and cruel than the lower worlds. The danger and cruelty did not only come from the fights between immortal kingdoms, sects, races, and living beings. More than that, it came from the contempt and disdain of the living beings of the upper world towards the living beings of the lower worlds. The living beings of the upper world sealed most of the cultivation resources, and even ordinary cultivation elixirs like the essence condensation pill could not be refined casually. In such an environment, even if the living beings of the lower worlds had unparalleled endowments and extraordinary talent, it was almost impossible for them to surpass these exalted immortals and replace them. This was the cruelty of the upper world and the fate of the living beings of the lower worlds. Chapter 1930 Massacre. Chapter 1930 Massacre. Suddenly, perfected immortal Jingyu waved his hand, and a dense jade green light flew out from his wide sleeves, scattering onto the square below and landing in front of 100,000 black immortals with extreme precision. That method displayed the powerful control of perfected immortal Jingyu. The jade green spots of light appeared. Su Zimo focused his gaze. The spot of light before him was a jade badge that was around 6 inches long and 2 fingers wide. The surface of the badge shone with a mysterious aura. This is the legendary hunting badge. We have to use our spirit consciousnesses to write our names on one side of the badge as a spirit consciousness imprint. In the crowd, some black immortals seemed to know a lot about the hunting meet. Recognizing the origin of the badge, they reached out and grabbed it, leaving their spirit consciousness imprints on it. Is there no other way? Someone asked softly. Fufu. Sure, don't write your name then. Another cultivator sneered. If you don't leave a spirit consciousness imprint on the hunting badge, the moment you enter the 10 extreme hell, the hunting ranking will descend with the power of punishment and kill you mercilessly. I heard that the hunting ranking of the 10 extreme hell is a terrifying sentient dermic treasure. Think about whether you can withstand the punishment of a sentient dermic treasure. The cultivator who asked the first question was shocked, and his face turned slightly pale. He hurriedly channeled his spirit consciousness and left his name on the hunting badge. Su Zimo frowned slightly. For some reason, the act of leaving a spirit consciousness imprint caused him to instinctively feel resistant. Furthermore, he had no intention of fighting for a spot on the hunting ranking. But now, the situation was pressing, and he had no choice under the gazes of so many exalted immortal experts. Hesitating slightly, Su Zimo still left the word Su Zimo on the side of the hunting badge with his spirit consciousness. The other side of the hunting badge was blank and empty. Before long, the nearly 100,000 black immortals of the lower worlds in the square had already left their spirit consciousness imprints on the hunting badges. When he saw that, perfected immortal Jingyu nodded slightly in satisfaction and smiled. The hunting meet has officially begun. Good luck, everyone. The moment he said that, perfected immortal Jingyu waved his hand gently. Boom, boom, boom. A violent quake broke out in the square. Immediately after, the ground beneath the feet of the many black immortals collapsed. Caught off guard, everyone missed their footing. A powerful suction force burst forth from below, and everyone could not help but fall rapidly amidst panic screams. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. However, he calmed down quickly and lowered his head to take a look. The ground beneath his feet vanished, and in its place was a pitch-black abyss that seemed to lead to the depths of hell. From the corner of his eye, Su Zimo caught sight of a purple figure. It was the female assassin. Earlier on, Su Zimo noticed that the female assassin had left her name on the hunting badge. Tang Zi, he did not know if that was her alias or real name. Even after encountering such a change, Tang Zi's face was expressionless and indifferent the entire time. Everyone fell continuously in the endless darkness. The 10 Extreme Hell was built deep underground in Absolute Thunder City. A long time later, a bright light appeared below, shimmering like a gigantic water barrier. Everyone landed on the water barrier and passed through it rapidly. Their vision cleared up as though they had arrived at another world. The powerful suction force on their bodies suddenly vanished as well. Everyone hurriedly controlled their bodies and descended on the ground. There were mountains and forests in the surroundings. Not far away, the sound of running water could be heard and cranes could be seen flying in the distant horizon. Everyone realized that they had already arrived in the 10 Extreme Hell. Although the surroundings seemed peaceful, everyone knew that once they entered this place, they would be surrounded by killing intent and might die at any moment. 100,000 Black Immortals were gathered in the square of the city, Lord's residence, and they were extremely close to one another. Now that everyone had fallen at the same time and arrived in the 10 Extreme Hell, although they were scattered, they were not far away. The hunting meet had officially begun. In other words, everyone could attack and kill wantonly here. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into a strange silence. It was like the calm before a storm. It was suffocating. The air was filled with a murderous intent. Many Black Immortals held their breaths and were tense. Nobody dared to act rashly. Given the circumstances, a single move could affect the entire situation, and any meaningless action could lead to a massive battle. Some of the Black Immortals even had beads of sweat flowing down their faces. Right then, a pitch-black scroll suddenly descended from the water barrier in the skies, emitting a shuddering aura and a rumbling might. Everyone looked up with horrified expressions. "What is that?" someone asked softly. Right in front of everyone, the black scroll opened slowly, revealing a pitch-black canvas. "This should be the hunting ranking." Another person said. The appearance of the hunting ranking seemed to ease the tension in the surroundings. Although almost everyone's attention was drawn to the hunting ranking, Su Zimo merely raised his head and glanced before retracting his gaze. While everyone was distracted, he passed by many cultivators in a flash and left the battlefield rapidly. Like a gust of wind, Su Zimo left before many people could react. If he wanted to kill during this process, these people would definitely not be spared and would not even know how they died. Almost at the same time as Su Zimo moved, Tang Zi, who was not far away, made the same choice. Tang Zi retracted her aura rapidly, and her movement technique was agile like a ghost. After a few twists and turns, she left the battlefield as well. The moment Su Zimo looked at Tang Zi, the latter turned around as well. Their gazes met in midair. With an indifferent expression, Tang Zi turned around quickly and disappeared into the forest. "Kill!" Right then, a shout sounded from the crowd not far away. Suddenly, the burly man named Li Tian raised a thick bronze rod and struck the temple of a Black Immortal. Poof! The Black Immortal still had his head raised looking at the hunting ranking. Before he could react, his head was smashed into pieces and his blood splattered. A grade 9 Black Immortal died on the spot. This attack ignited the entire battlefield and a massacre broke out. Instantly, many Black Immortals attacked one after another. Dermic treasures, immortal arts, secret skills, and divine powers burst forth, and the battlefield was in chaos as the stench of blood filled the air. In the blink of an eye, at least 1,000 Black Immortals were dead. After the battle broke out, it became extremely difficult for anyone to escape. Outside the battlefield, Su Zimo watched everything with a conflicted expression. Those people were all people who had ascended from the lower worlds. However, under the will of many exalted immortals, they arrived here and could not help but kill one another. If they wanted to leave alive, they could only kill continuously. Chapter 1931, Mirage Mirror. Chapter 1931, Mirage Mirror. After the massacre began, blood-red names began to appear on the pitch-black hunting ranking in the skies. The black canvas and scarlet words were extremely striking. Behind those names, strings of numbers jumped and refreshed continuously. Right now, the first was Li Tian. The number behind him was 11. In just dozens of breaths, there were already 11 cultivators who died in Li Tian's hands. That figure was still increasing rapidly. Many cultivators fought one another, and fresh blood filled the air with a torrential blood stench. Heads, limbs, and severed limbs were tossed into the air. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. In fact, dozens of cultivators were targeting Su Zimo, who was outside the battlefield. After all, in the eyes of everyone, Su Zimo looked way too ordinary. Dressed in green robes, he had refined features and even looked weak. Most cultivators would choose the weakest to kill. That was the lowest risk, the least energy consumption, and the most advantageous for themselves. Some people fought their way out of the battlefield only to discover that the green-robed cultivator had already vanished. The other few cultivators burrowed into the forest and chased after Su Zimo. With a calm expression, Su Zimo traveled through the forest and channeled divine powers and secret skills, such as heavenly feet and boundless golden light, at an extremely fast speed. Before long, he left the few cultivators behind him in the dust. Even without using his extreme speed divine power, there was no one in the same cultivation realm who could match his speed. After walking for a while more, Su Zimo suddenly stopped and frowned. Although he had clearly shaken off the tail behind him completely, for some reason he felt like he was being spied on the entire way. Could it be that female assassin? Releasing his spirit consciousness, Su Zimo scanned his surroundings carefully. He did not even let go of the withered branches, gravel, leaves of the ancient trees, and even the bugs that traveled through the mud. A true assassin would cultivate concealment techniques, divine powers, and secret skills similar to the 36 and 72 transformations. Su Zimo's spirit consciousness was already at level 2 Earth Essence Realm. He was confident that even if someone released the lesser invisibility technique nearby, he would be able to sense something unusual and locate them. However, he searched for a long time but could not find anything unusual. However, the feeling of being spied on had not disappeared. He was being watched the entire time, and his every move was under the other party's control. It was a terrible feeling. Strange. Su Zimo murmured softly and closed his eyes. This time round, he did not use his spirit consciousness. Instead, he relied on his unfathomable spirit perception to search for the source of the spying feeling. A moment later, Su Zimo opened his eyes and looked up with a fleeting divine light. Unknowingly, a gigantic black and white eyeball had appeared in the firmaments. It protruded slightly and looked down at the entire 10 absolute hell in a terrifying manner. The source of that spying feeling came from that gigantic eyeball. Su Zimo had a guess, and his expression turned cold. City Lord's residence. After the many black immortals entered the 10 absolute hell, the city lords and various exalted immortals exchanged glances with excited expressions. Haha, it's about to begin. I wonder who will win this time round. I think highly of Li Tian. Who wants to make a bet with me for a connate heaven-grade Dermic treasure? In the hall, the city lords and exalted immortals ate spirit fruits and drank immortal wine as they discussed fervently. In my opinion, that sword cultivator named Jian Yu is not bad. He passed the 3 of 9 heavenly tribulation before ascending, and is decisive to kill. He even fought on the battlefield at the borders for thousands of years, and has extraordinary methods. If that's the case, Tang Zi is even more powerful. That chick passed the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation. The city lord of Glass City, Lu Yu, sneered evilly. County governor, let's not wait any more. Hurry and conjure the mirage mirror so that we can see the situation inside. That's right, let's not miss out on any exciting kills. The city lord of absolute Thunder City urged impatiently as well. All right. Perfected immortal Jingyu smiled gently and conjured hand seals unhurriedly. Strands of powerful essence, qi, circled around his fingertips and shone brightly. Condense. He pointed into midair and hollered. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void ahead, as though a gigantic circular water mirror was formed. A moment later, the ripples on the water mirror dissipated and calmed down. Through the water mirror, everything in the 10 absolute hell could be seen clearly. At that moment, the 100,000 black immortals had just arrived and were looking up at the hunting ranking in midair. A moment later, the battle broke out. Through the gigantic mirage mirror, one could clearly see the situation in the 10 absolute hell as though they were personally involved. Haha, I knew it. Li Tian is ruthless and will definitely get number 1. That's not for sure. Jian Yu followed closely behind and did not give in either. He merely killed a few people, less than Li Tian. The hunting game has just begun. It's still early. Everyone in the hall toasted with relaxed expressions as they enjoyed the massacre. Watching the ants of the lower worlds fight was one of the few pleasures for these exalted immortals. Under normal circumstances, there would be a hunting meet in absolute Thunder City every 10,000 years. However, for some reason, only a few thousand years had passed since the previous hunting meet when Prince Yuan ordered it to be held once more. Furthermore, it was even larger this time round, and there were close to 100,000 black immortals gathered. This also meant that the hunt would be even more bloody, cruel, and exciting. Surrounded by many fairies, Prince Yuanzhua looked at the mirage mirror casually and asked in a relaxed manner, "Jingyu, who do you fancy?" Perfected immortal Jingyu bowed slightly and smiled. Li Tian, Jianyu, and Tangzi that the city lords mentioned are not bad. If they're careful, they should be able to make it to the end. He seemed to have thought of something and paused for a moment, wanting to speak, but stopped. What did you want to say? The gaze of Prince Yuanzhua was sharp as he caught the hesitation in perfected immortal Jingyu's eyes and asked. Perfected immortal Jingyu said, "A living being was dug out from the essence spirit mine of Glass City this time round. I went to suppress it personally." Prince Yuanzhua acknowledged and nodded. "I know about that. I heard it was only settled after Heaven and Earth Academy interfered." "Yes." Perfected immortal Jingyu said, 2 ancient living beings were dug out from the essence spirit mine outside Glass City. Although they had just awakened and their strength had yet to recover to their peaks, their combat strength was already terrifying and they could even kill most Heaven Immortal experts. Under normal circumstances, when such ancient living beings awaken, they will definitely start a massacre and devour flesh to recover their essence qi. Even Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals won't be able to escape death. There's no way the Black Immortals, mining beneath the mine, can survive. However, perfected immortal Jing Yu paused for a moment and turned to look at the mirage mirror. However, a grade 9 Black Immortal survived beneath that mine. Chapter 1932, Attracting Attention. Chapter 1932, Attracting Attention. Oh! Prince Yuanzhua raised his brow, slightly in surprise. No matter the reason, even if it was purely luck, Black Immortals who could survive a spirit mine blood calamity were indeed rare. In the cultivation world, although talent and endowment were important, fate, opportunities, and luck were also indispensable. There was no paragon or monster incarnate who could cultivate to the peak and look down on everyone with just their talent and endowment without any opportunities. Perfected immortal Jingyu said. According to what that lad said, he was lucky to survive. The reason why I brought him to Absolute Thunder City to take part in this hunting game was because I wanted to see if his luck would allow him to survive till the end. After pausing for a moment, he said in a low voice, "If that lad's luck is truly good and he's different from ordinary people, he might be able to help you and contribute." "Who are you talking about?" Prince Yuanzui asked. "That green-robed cultivator." Perfected immortal Jing, you pointed to a figure in the mirage mirror. At that moment, the bloody battle in the 10 absolute hell had already broken out, and it was extremely tragic on the battlefield. However, the green-robed cultivator had already left the battlefield and was not involved. He was extremely striking on the mirage mirror. Fufu. Prince Yuanzui chuckled. That person is quite smart. To think that he would leave the battlefield in advance and not get involved. Perfected immortal Jing, you pointed to another purple figure that was about to enter the forest. That's Tang Zi, who ascended after crossing the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation. A moment later, through the mirage mirror, it could be seen that the green-robed cultivator was targeted. As though he was wary and did not dare to fight, the green-robed cultivator turned and entered the forest as well, leaving the spot. Prince Yuanzui shook his head. If he merely has luck and no other trump cards, it would be difficult to stand out in this hunting game. The rule of the hunting meet was that only the top 100 could leave the 10 absolute hell alive. In other words, even if the green robe cultivator was lucky enough to survive till the end, he won't be able to make it into the hunting ranking without killing enough people. Indeed, yes, that lad's movement technique is not bad. Perfected immortal Jing, you glared at the mirage mirror and said. At the side, Liu smiled. County Governor, this is the 10 absolute hell. There are many dangers that these people can't imagine, and every single step is alarming. No matter how good your movement technique is, it's useless. Before long, Prince Yuanzui suddenly said, That person is about to die. Everyone shifted their gazes towards the green-robed figure that was traveling through a forest in the 10 absolute hell. The city lord of Absolute Thunder City said, Not far ahead of that lad is the territory of the desolate, swamp, gigantic crocodile. As long as he enters that place, he'll definitely awaken that gigantic crocodile. This desolate, swamp, gigantic crocodile is a grade 3 earth demon. This lad is bound to die, Liu chuckled. There were countless dangerous places like this in the 10 absolute hell. Those demon beasts of the upper world were captured by many exalted immortal experts present and were deliberately imprisoned in the 10 absolute hell. The 100,000 black immortals who entered the 10 absolute hell would not only have to face the killing power of other black immortals, but also sudden dangers as such. This was also one of the joys of many exalted immortals. They loved to see the black immortals inside tremble in fear and panic in the face of the powerful demon beasts that suddenly appeared. The sight of those black immortals struggling helplessly only to be hunted by demon beasts eventually gave them a different sort of pleasure. At that moment, the battle was getting more intense and bloody. Black immortals would die at every moment. The names on the hunting ranking changed continuously, and the numbers at the back jumped continuously. However, some exalted immortals in the city, Lord's residents, noticed the green-robed cultivator. To think that someone would encounter an earth demon so quickly, haha. This person looks weak and scholarly. I reckon that he'll faint on the spot when the desolate, swamp, gigantic crocodile appears. Many exalted immortals burst into laughter and waited for the green-robed cultivator to step into the death swamp on the mirage mirror. Time passed bit by bit. The smiles on the faces of many exalted immortals gradually vanished. Under normal circumstances, according to the trajectory of the green-robed cultivator, he should be able to reach the death swamp before long. However, for some reason, when he was about to reach the edge of the death swamp, the green-robed cultivator stopped in his tracks strangely and did not continue forward. Under the gazes of many exalted immortals, the green-robed cultivator stayed on the spot for a long time and began to change directions. Strange. Could that lad have discovered the Death Swamp? That can't be. Although we call that place the Death Swamp, the desolate, swamp gigantic crocodile went silent, and the surface of the swamp looks no different from normal ground. How could that lad have noticed it? It's probably a coincidence. The exalted immortals were displeased that the bloody scene many of them anticipated did not appear. Perfected immortal Jingyu smiled gently. Seems like this lad's luck is indeed not bad. At the side, Lu Yu pouted his lips in disapproval. There are dangers as such everywhere in the 10 absolute hell. I don't believe that this lad will be so lucky every single time. 2 hours later, the initial bloody battle in the 10 absolute hell was gradually coming to an end. Although many cultivators had already left the battlefield in the chaos, the battlefield was still filled with corpses and rivers of blood. It was extremely tragic. At least 20,000 black immortals died in that battle. However, the hunting meat had only just begun. As the flames of war gradually extinguished, the attention of many exalted immortals dispersed and landed on some black immortals that were the focus of attention. Li Tian, Jianyu, and the others were closely watched by everyone. Unlike others, perfected immortal Jing Yu's gaze was fixed on Su Zimo the entire time. Suddenly, Prince Yuanzhua asked, "How many has it been?" "This is already the 4th. Perfected immortal Jingyu replied. Including the initial death swamp, the green-robed cultivator had already avoided for similar dangerous places along the way. The green-robed cultivator did not fight anyone the entire time and merely wandered around the 10 absolute hell. However, each time he was about to step foot into a dangerous place, the person would suddenly stop as though he sensed something beforehand and change directions to dodge. If it was just a coincidence once for consecutive times was something worth pondering about. Interesting. Prince Yuanzhua murmured softly, and his eyes gradually lit up. Most of his attention was focused on Su Zimo. At that moment, the tens of thousands of black immortals had already separated and scattered everywhere in the 10 absolute hell. Through the mirage mirror, dozens of black immortals entered the death swamp by mistake without realizing anything and alarmed the desolate, swamp gigantic crocodile. The death swamp spun continuously with a powerful suction force. Dozens of black immortals fell into it and could not break free at all. Immediately after, a gigantic crocodile that was thousands of feet long appeared in the middle of the vortex. It had a ferocious gaze, and saliva drooled from the corner of its mouth with a terrifying aura. In less than 10 breaths, the dozens of black immortals were devoured by the desolate, swamp gigantic crocodile. Similar situations were happening repeatedly in the 10 absolute hell. Everyone inside was prey. Chapter 1933. Nobody or Hero. Chapter 1933. Nobody or Hero. 10 absolute hell. Su Zimo's gaze was cold and his expression was dark. It had been almost a day since he entered this place. Although he had long left the battlefield and deliberately avoided many cultivators, his path forward was still treacherous and filled with killing intent. If he had not sensed danger beforehand with his spirit perception, he would have fallen into extremely perilous situations as well. He had witnessed with his own eyes how a seemingly flat and ordinary meadow suddenly turned into a swamp where a gigantic crocodile charged out and devoured dozens of cultivators. He had also witnessed a few cultivators hiding on an ancient tree, waiting for an opportunity to strike. To think that they would encounter a nest of black wasps. Thousands of black wasps were alarmed and swept past the few cultivators densely. In the blink of an eye, the few of them died in an extremely tragic manner, riddled with holes by the poison needles of the black wasps. Be it the swamp crocodile or the black wasps, they were all earth demons and were an entire major cultivation realm above the black immortals of the 10 absolute hell. A single black wasp was enough to kill its way through many black immortals. Who could defend against thousands of black wasps? If Su Zimo was careless and fell into the swarm of black wasps, it would be difficult for him to leave alive. Danger lurked everywhere in the 10 absolute hell. What made Su Zimo feel even more uncomfortable was that he was being watched at all times. Although he could not see the situation outside through the gigantic eye in the firmaments, he could sense that some people were staring at him. Suddenly, Su Zimo frowned slightly, as though he sensed something. Once again, he felt as though he was being spied on. It was faint and slightly different from the spying feeling in the firmaments. If not for his sharp spirit perception, it would have been difficult for him to detect the difference. Su Zimo did not think too much about it and continued to release his movement technique, circling around the forest without stopping. An hour later, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks once more. The feeling of being spied on did not disappear. He was targeted. Instinctively, the image of an expressionless woman in purple appeared in Su Zimo's mind. Tang Zi. Earlier on, he released heavenly feet, boundless golden light, and other divine powers and secret skills. Using the environment, he changed directions continuously, and almost no one of the same cultivation realm could catch up to him. However, he could not shake off the tail behind him for an hour. He reckoned that only someone who was extremely good at assassination could hide her aura almost perfectly and follow him like a leech. Su Zimo sneered internally. To think that the female assassin would choose to attack him. Su Zimo continued forward expressionlessly. City Lord's residence, main hall. Prince Yuan's was stared at Su Zimo in the mirage mirror for an entire day, but he still knew nothing about this person and could not see his strength. That was because, right from the beginning, this person had not fought with anyone. There was a hint of impatience in the eyes of Prince Yuanzhua, and his initial interest in Su Zimo gradually faded as well. He won't be of much use if he doesn't possess any powerful methods and can only dodge continuously. Prince Yuanzhua yawned and pouted in disappointment. This person is way too boring. That's right. Lu Yu smiled. Your Highness, after a day of killing, the lowlifes who are truly capable have long stood out from the masses. Why waste your time on some nobody? Your Highness, please take a look. As I expected, Li Tian is indeed the number 1 of the hunting ranking. The game isn't over yet. It's still too early for the rankings to be decided. The city lord of Absolute Thunder City at the side said. Prince Yuanzhua retracted his gaze from Su Zimo, just as he was about to shift his attention. Perfected Immortal Jingyu at the side exclaimed softly, That lad has been targeted. What? Prince Yuanzhua asked. Perfected Immortal Jing, Yu pointed to the mirage mirror and said, Your Highness, please take a closer look. There's actually a figure hidden beside that ancient tree. Prince Yuanzhua narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, in the void beside the ancient tree, there was a faint distortion, and it could vaguely be recognized as a figure. However, one would not be able to notice it unless they focused their attention. It's the lesser invisibility technique. Prince Yuanzhua nodded slightly and said, Perfected Immortal Jingyu smiled. If I'm not wrong, that should be the woman who passed the 4 of 9 heavenly tribulation, Tang Zi. Oh! The eyes of Prince Yuanzhua lit up. That was because he had just discovered something. Tang Zi had already targeted Su Zimo. Perfected Immortal Jingyu smiled gently. We'll know soon whether Su Zimo is a nobody or a hero. Prince Yuanzhua was invigorated, and his attention landed on Su Zimo once more. At the side, Lu Yu shook his head. Even as bystanders, it's difficult for us to detect Tang Zi's presence. That lad is most likely going to die before he knows it. Prince Yuanzhua and Perfected Immortal Jingyu glared at Su Zimo for another 2 hours. This time round, even Perfected Immortal Jingyu could not hold on any longer and clenched his fist slightly. Su Zimo had been scurrying around the 10 absolute hell at an extremely fast speed aimlessly. With Tang Zi following behind, there was no chance for her to attack even if she wanted to. Under such high-speed pursuit, her essence, spirit, blood, chi, and stamina were greatly depleted. It was already her limit to be able to maintain the lesser invisibility technique, let alone attack Su Zimo. Nothing about Su Zimo seemed to have changed in the past 2 hours, as though he did not notice anything. However, Tang Zi had expended a lot of energy. There were even a few times when she could barely sustain the lesser invisibility technique and was almost exposed. With a frustrated expression, Prince Yuanzi gulped down a large cup of spirit tea. What is that person trying to do running around inside? I really want to go in and slap him to death. Perfected Immortal Jingyu took a deep breath and composed himself. Your Highness, please calm down and wait a little longer. Right then, Su Zimo's speed finally slowed down. Before long, he stopped in front of a cave filled with fresh blood and corpses. A grade 9 earth demon, the flying tiger lion, resided in the cave. About 4 hours ago, hundreds of cultivators passed by this place and alarmed this beast. The flying tiger lion came out of seclusion and went on a massacre. Hundreds of cultivators died here, and the cave became empty after the beast left. Through the mirage mirror, Su Zimo could be seen lingering at the entrance of the cave for a while, as though he was probing carefully. Before long, Su Zimo entered the cave and disappeared from the mirage mirror. Prince Yuanzi and Perfected Immortal Jingyu were stunned for a moment and exchanged glances. Through the gigantic mirage eye in the firmaments, the mirage mirror could reflect everything in the 10 absolute hell. However, in a cave like this, some secluded places or blind spots could not be exposed completely. Since the mirage eye could not see it, it naturally could not appear on the mirage mirror. In other words, Su Zimo was temporarily free from the surveillance of the many exalted immortals in the city Lord's residence. Prince Yuanzi was looking forward to the battle between Tang Zi and Su Zimo. To think that Su Zimo would enter the cave and they would not be able to see anything. Prince Yuanzi opened his mouth and almost fainted from the pent-up anger in his chest. Chapter 1934, Fight. Chapter 1934, Fight. Don't worry, Your Highness. Perfected Immortal Jingyu said, There's no second exit in this cave. Once Su Zimo enters this place, it's equivalent to having no way out and he can no longer run around. It's a good thing. Suddenly, the city lord of Absolute Thunder City said, Tang Zi followed in as well. Hee, that lad has nowhere to run this time round. There's going to be a good show to watch. Lu Yu chuckled. Displeasure filled Prince Yuanzi's face as he harumphed coldly. What's the use of having nowhere to run? I want to know how strong that lad is and see the two of them fight. Now that the two of them are in the cave, what good can there be to watch? Prince Yuanzi asked repeatedly. Lu Yu looked embarrassed and smiled awkwardly, not daring to say anything. At the side, Perfected Immortal Jingyu persuaded softly, Your Highness, please calm down. All we have to do is wait and see. If Tang Zi comes out of this cave eventually, it means that Su Zimo is already dead. A dead man is worthless and not worth your attention, Your Highness. If Su Zimo can leave this place alive, it will at least prove that he is not weaker than Tang Zi and is worthy of our attention. All right. Prince Yuanzi nodded and gradually calmed down. 10 absolute hell. Tang Zi came to the entrance of the flying tiger lion and paused for a moment. Although she was expressionless, she was hesitant internally. Among the 100,000 black immortals that entered the 10 absolute hell this time round, the only one she could not see through was the green-robed cultivator earlier on. To her, this person was an indeterminate factor and a threat. It would naturally be best if she could get rid of him if she had the chance. However, she had chased him the entire way, and it was already her limit to be able to keep up with this person. She did not have any chance to attack at all. Initially, Tang Zi was extremely confident that she would not be discovered given her capabilities. But now, she was hesitant as she looked at the entrance of the cave. What is that person doing in the cave? Could that person have already discovered my tracks and has been toying with me the entire way? The moment that thought crossed Tang Zi's mind, she rejected it. Impossible. Tang Zi thought to herself. Everyone is being watched by the Mirage Eye, and my aura is mixed in. How can this person tell? She took a deep breath and no longer let her imagination run wild. Even so, she was still extremely cautious. Her master had once warned her that when one cultivated the Tao of assassination, life and death was fleeting and there could be no mistakes. Tang Zi came to the side of the cave and helped a black, immortal corpse up. She hid behind the black, immortal corpse and controlled it freely. It was as though the corpse had been resurrected. If one were to look at it head-on, they would not be able to see that there was someone hidden behind the corpse. Tang Zi channeled her lesser invisibility technique once more and vanished with the corpse, entering the cave silently. The cave was dark and deep without much light. Even with her eyesight, her visibility was extremely limited. After walking for a while, Tang Zi stopped in her tracks. Not far ahead, a blurry figure could vaguely be seen. It was the green-robed cultivator. At that moment, the green-robed cultivator's back was facing her as he walked extremely slowly, as though he was taking a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, the green-robed cultivator's figure flashed, and he seemed to have vanished from the spot. In such a dark space, it was easy to hallucinate. Ordinary cultivators would definitely blink and observe carefully. However, Tang Zi cultivated the Tao of assassination, and her perception of the outside world was no longer based on her five senses. More than that, she relied on her instinct to avoid danger. The moment the green-robed cultivator's figure flashed, Tang Zi's heart skipped a beat and her hair stood on end. This is bad, I've been discovered. Without hesitation, Tang Zi controlled the corpse in front of her and turned around. She curled up and hid behind the corpse completely. Before she completed her action, the green-robed cultivator had already appeared behind her and suddenly slapped down. Bang! The palm landed on the head of the corpse. Instantly, Tang Zi heard the sound of bones cracking. She controlled the corpse and could clearly sense that the bones of the black immortal corpse were almost shattered by that palm strike. What terrifying power! Tang Zi was secretly speechless. If she had not been prepared and blocked the corpse in front of her, she would not have been able to withstand the power of that palm strike with her body. She could not figure out how she revealed any openings that the green-robed cultivator discovered. She could not understand how this person could suddenly teleport beside her and kill her. Under such circumstances, she no longer had the energy to think about those questions. Retreat. There was only a single thought in Tang Zi's mind. After missing her attack, she had to flee 1,000 miles away without any hesitation. Tang Zi made use of the corpse to defend against the sure-kill attack. Without any pause, her initially curled-up body suddenly bounced back, and she sped towards the depths of the cave like an arrow. The entire process happened in a flash. When Su Zimo suddenly attacked, Tang Zi fled far away at an astonishing speed. He was not surprised that Tang Zi could avoid this attack. However, he was slightly surprised that Tang Zi did not choose to retreat towards the entrance of the cave. Time was tight, and Su Zimo did not have time to think about the reason. He did not know if there was a second exit in the depths of the cave. However, if Tang Zi were to escape from the cave and he chased after her to suppress her, he would definitely be exposed to the gigantic eye in the firmaments. The reason why Su Zimo lured Tang Zi into the cave before making a move was because he wanted to escape from the surveillance outside and did not want to expose too many of his trump cards. If Tang Zi were to leave this place, it would be difficult for him to attack. Worried that something might happen, Su Zimo made a prompt decision and did not chase. Instead, he released the second flash of the True Dragon 9 flashes. Swoosh! Su Zimo vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already above Tang Zi. With a burning gaze, Su Zimo reached out and grabbed Tang Zi's head. However, the moment he attacked, Tang Zi's figure flashed and vanished from the spot as well. In its place was the corpse whose bones were shattered by Su Zimo earlier on. It's the lesser divine power, Nether Swap. Su Zimo was shocked. Tang Zi was prepared. When she controlled the corpse to enter the cave, apart from defending against his first attack, she even made use of the corpse to release a lesser divine power, Nether Swap, to escape from his control once more. Su Zimo finally understood why Tang Zi fled towards the depths of the cave. This was merely an illusion created by Tang Zi intentionally. Her true goal was to leave through the entrance. At that moment, Tang Zi had successfully lured Su Zimo into the depths of the cave. However, with Nether Swap, she exchanged positions with the corpse and was now even closer to the entrance of the cave. The mental warfare between the two of them was even more dangerous than a head-on clash. If the many exalted immortals of the City Lord's residence saw this, they would be shocked at the combat talent and techniques displayed by the two of them. Chapter 1935, Subduing. Chapter 1935, Subduing. Su Zimo saw through Tang Zi's tracks and lured her into the dark cave, making use of the True Dragon 9 flashes to strike first. Tang Zi lost the initiative and nearly died. However, in the blink of an eye, she made use of her shocking reaction speed and psychological warfare to regain the initiative and escape towards the entrance of the cave. Su Zimo glared at Tang Zi's back view, and his gaze intensified. In a flash, he vanished from the spot once more. The third flash. After cultivating for more than 1,000 years in the mine outside Glass City, apart from his cultivation advancement, he had also raised the True Dragon 9 flashes to level 3 and could flash 3 times in succession. Ever since Su Zimo cultivated this secret skill, it was extremely rare for anyone of the same cultivation realm to force him to use level 2, let alone 3 consecutive flashes to deal with a single person. Given the current situation, even if Su Zimo used the innate divine power of the Golden Rock, he could not suppress Tang Zi before she left the cave. If Tang Zi were to leave the cave, even if Su Zimo could chase after her, it would go against his original intentions of hiding from the surveillance of the outsiders. Left with no choice, Su Zimo activated the True Dragon 9 flashes once more and descended before Tang Zi. The moment he attacked, he used the great Chaos Essence Palm. The seemingly fair and tender palm seemed to have transformed into a gigantic millstone that released an extremely terrifying grinding and distortion power. The entire cave turned suffocating. However, Tang Zi did not stop at all. There was still no emotion on her cold face, and her gaze was frighteningly calm. Su Zimo could not help but exclaim internally. Such a strong mental fortitude was indeed extraordinary. Tang Zi was the most terrifying assassin he had encountered up till this point of his cultivation. Suddenly, Tang Zi extended her hands and blocked Su Zimo's great Chaos Essence Palm. Her palm flipped slightly in a subtle manner that was almost imperceptible. However, the moment Tang Zi's palm was about to collide with the great Chaos Essence Palm, a dark black dagger appeared in each of her hands. The 2 daggers did not reveal any light and fused into the darkness almost perfectly. What was even more frightening was that neither Tang Zi nor the 2 daggers revealed any killing intent. In other words, if Su Zimo did not have his spirit perception, he wouldn't be able to sense the attack even if it was right by him if he had his eyes closed. For an assassin to cultivate to such an extent was way too terrifying. Furthermore, this was Tang Zi's first time witnessing the True Dragon 9 flashes, and she was already caught off guard losing the initiative. However, in the blink of an eye, not only did that person avoid Su Zimo's pursuit 3 times, she even calmed down rapidly and counterattacked with such a sharp, killing move. Even with his strong mental fortitude, combat talent, and adaptability, Su Zimo was amazed. After his ascension to the upper world, this was the first person within the same cultivation realm who made him feel threatened. Under normal circumstances, given the current strength and toughness of the Green Lotus True Body, it was enough to take on any connate black-grade dermic treasure head-on. However, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless against this terrifying assassin and her twin daggers. At that moment, it was too late for him to summon the Hell Suppression Tripod. Su Zimo changed tactics at the last minute and dispelled the force of the great Chaos Essence Palm. His arms were like the trunk of a divine elephant. His palms seemed weak as he placed them on the dark daggers and suddenly exerted strength. The power technique of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Tang Zi felt a spinning, twisting, and trembling power. Her hands could not hold on to the dark daggers, and they were about to fly out of her hands. Even so, her eyes were still expressionless. Suddenly, Tang Zi opened her mouth slightly. An extremely ear-piercing sound burst forth from her lips like a sharp dagger that wanted to penetrate one's eardrums. A sound domain attack. The moment Tang Zi spoke, Su Zimo sensed something and spoke at the same time, letting out a loud dragon roar from the depths of his throat. Roar! That voice was terrifying and shuddering, containing a supreme will that surpassed all living beings. The entire cave trembled. Dragon Roar Secret Skill. Without the Dragon Phoenix True Body, it was difficult for the Green Lotus True Body to release a powerful sound domain secret skill like the Dragon Phoenix Roar. However, in Dragon Abyss City, he once used the corpse of an azure dragon to fight against the perfected immortals and comprehended the technique of the Azure Dragon Roar. Thereafter, he fused the Azure Dragon and Dragon Phoenix Roar together with Thunderclap Kill that he had once cultivated before creating a Dragon Roar secret skill that was suitable for the Green Lotus True Body. When released, this secret skill was even stronger and more terrifying than the pure roar of the Azure Dragon or Dragon Phoenix. The Dragon Roar secret skill burst forth and suppressed Tang Zi's sound domain secret skill, shattering it. Both parties were extremely close. At that distance, Tang Zi received the most impact. Tang Zi shuddered, slightly in a daze, and the power in her palm dissipated slightly. Right then, Su Zimo exerted strength in his palm and snatched the 2 dark daggers over. He crossed his hands and held them against Tang Zi's neck. At that moment, Tang Zi had also recovered from Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill. Unfortunately, it was too late. With her daggers hanging by her neck, she knew very well that although the green-robed cultivator before her looked frail, he was absolutely decisive to kill. If she made any strange movements, she would definitely die on the spot. Although the entire process sounded slow, it only took a few breaths. The 2 of them fought, tested the waters, and battled for a few rounds. Both had the advantage at times, and even made use of sound domain secret skills. In the end, Su Zimo still edged ahead and won. The dust had settled. Su Zimo looked at the woman before him and heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was a short exchange, his understanding of this female assassin refreshed continuously. This woman was even more troublesome to deal with than he had imagined. At such a close distance, his Dragon Roar secret skill could even kill cultivators of the same cultivation realm. However, the female assassin recovered in the blink of an eye, albeit with a slightly pale expression. Without a strong physique and bloodline, there was no way anyone could withstand his Dragon Roar secret skill. Given this woman's body, even if she did not use any assassination methods, not many of the black immortals outside could defend against her head-on. even though she was already in Su Zimo's hands and her fate was not in her control. Tang Zi's expression did not change at all and her gaze was calm. It was only then that Su Zimo felt a sharp pain in his palm as fresh blood flowed down slowly. What a sharp dagger! Su Zimo was secretly alarmed. Earlier on, he used the technique of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness to grab the dark daggers, but was still injured by them. If he had not changed his move, his palm would have been pierced by the dark daggers with ease. Su Zimo's gaze shifted. A thin blood scar had already appeared on Tang Zi's neck, and fresh blood flowed down slowly along her snow-white skin. He did not use any strength at all, but Tang Zi's neck was already cut by the dark daggers. However, Tang Zi seemed as though she could not sense it and was still expressionless. There seemed to be nothing in this world that could move her, even life and death. Chapter 1936, Manipulating Fate. Chapter 1936, Manipulating Fate. City, Lord's Residence. The cave earlier on seemed to have trembled. Perfected Immortal Jinyu frowned, slightly unsure. The tremble earlier on was triggered by Su Zimo's Dragon Roar secret skill. Although the exalted immortals of the city, Lord's Residence, could see the situation in the 10 absolute hell through the mirage eye, they could not hear anything inside. It was even more impossible for a perfected Immortal Jinyu to know that the two people in the cave had already fought with an outcome in that short period of time. Prince Yuanzi waved it off and said disinterestedly, "You keep watch first, and let me know if anything happens. I'll check out the others." He could not see what was going on in the cave and was naturally bored staring at the entrance. 10 absolute hell. Su Zimo gripped the dark daggers with both hands and held them against Tang Zi's neck without removing them. He knew very well what this female assassin was capable of. If he relaxed slightly, he might be counterattacked by this woman. "Why did you come looking for me?" Su Zimo asked. Tang Zi was expressionless and remained silent. Suddenly, Su Zimo smiled. From the looks of it, the female assassin had no intention of speaking. Even with her daggers hanging by her neck, the woman was not afraid at all and did not even look at him. "How about this?" Su Zimo said deeply, "Let's make a deal. I can let you go, but you have to answer my questions." Seemingly moved, Tang Zi glanced at Su Zimo but remained silent. Su Zimo smiled. "Of course, if it involves any secrets that are inconvenient for you to speak about, you can choose not to. Also, if I promise to let you off, I won't go back on my words." With that said, Su Zimo put away the dark daggers and retreated a few steps to show his sincerity. This time round, Tang Zi was surprised once more. However, her expression was still extremely calm and no one could read her thoughts. The reason why she noticed Su Zimo was because she could not read him. This was a variable for her. She had another motive for coming this time round. Therefore, she did not want this variable to affect her plans. Secondly, she had been following him the entire time and was increasingly curious about him. Apart from her, all the Black Immortals who entered the 10 absolute hell had the same goal, to kill as many as possible and squeeze into the hunting ranking. However, this person roamed around the entire day without killing a single person. The strangest thing was that this person seemed to be avoiding others intentionally. In fact, he could even sense danger beforehand and avoid the habitat of some earth demons. If it was outside, Tang Zi would have had sufficient patience to stay behind Su Zimo the entire time, even if it was for a year or 10 years. In the past, in order to assassinate an earth immortal, she had once waited patiently for hundreds of years to ensure that nothing went wrong. A single attack. Without such a temperament, she would not have grown to her current state. However, she did not have that much time in the 10 absolute hell to observe this person's habits, cultivation, combat strength, and methods. She had something more important. The simplest way was to kill this variable. That was the reason for the clash in the cave earlier on. However, Tang Zi's attack this time round also dealt a huge blow to herself. Up till this point of her cultivation, she had never tasted defeat among her peers. Even if she were to fight head-on, no one was her match. If she used many assassination methods and secret skills, she could even kill Earth immortals across major cultivation realms. However, this time round, an unassuming and frail scholar managed to restrain her within a few breaths in the 10 absolute hell. Who was this person? What was the movement technique that this person had used previously that was close to teleportation? Why was the sound domain's secret skill released by this person so similar to the dragon roar? How could it release such a terrifying might and will? What sort of physique and bloodline did this person have such that even she was suppressed? Actually, Tang Zi had even more questions, but she did not reveal it. At that moment, she was tempted when she heard Su Zimo's suggestion. However, her expression was still calm. I want to ask you some questions as well. Of course, you can choose not to say anything if it involves secrets. All right. Su Zimo nodded in agreement. Why did you enter the 10 absolute hell, but not fight? Tang Zi asked before Su Zimo could. In her opinion, given Su Zimo's capabilities, it would not be difficult for him to enter the top 10 of the hunting ranking. We're all people who ascended from the lower worlds and have never met before. We don't have any deep feud, so I'm unwilling to attack. Su Zimo paused for a moment. Furthermore, it wasn't my intention to enter the 10 absolute hell. I was chosen and brought here. Tang Zi shook her head. Everyone has no choice after entering the 10 absolute hell. It's impossible for you to stay out of it. Perhaps. Su Zimo replied indifferently. However, I'm not willing to be manipulated by others. Back then, when he entered the cultivation world, it was to alter his fate. Later on, because of Su Hong's death, the citizens of the country of Yen were destitute and homeless. He even made a vow to change the fates of the masses. He had to control his own fate and would definitely not let others manipulate, control, or even toy with it. Ever since Su Zimo entered the 10 absolute hell, he had been looking for an opportunity to break free from the invisible shackles on his body. Although he seemed like he was scurrying around, his true goal was to check out the environment, terrain, and even the secrets within this prison. Both Absolute Thunder City and the 10 Absolute Hell were quite odd. There was a high chance there were secrets hidden within them, not willing to be manipulated by others. Tang Zi murmured softly and looked at Su Zimo deeply. Over the years, countless black immortals of the lower worlds had entered the 10 absolute hell, but no one could say that. Perhaps some people resisted or were indignant, but in the end, nothing was left behind. Tang Zi said, even if you're unwilling, it's useless. If you want to leave the 10 absolute hell alive, you can only kill your way into the hunting ranking. There's no other way. Suddenly, Su Zimo asked, what happens to cultivators who survive till the end but don't enter the hunting ranking? Death. Tang Zi said, there are many earth demons in the 10 absolute hell. Because this place is isolated from essence chi and there's no way to cultivate, these earth demons usually sleep. But now the arrival of 100,000 black immortals has already alarmed these earth demons. After all the earth demons in the 10 absolute hell awaken, none of the black immortals that remain here will survive. Su Zimo's expression was as cold as ever. Without asking, he could guess that the earth demons were definitely left behind by the exalted immortals outside. Not only did they want the 100,000 black immortals to kill one another, they even wanted these black immortals to face the danger of being hunted and devoured by earth demons at any moment. What's up with that eye in the firmaments? Su Zimo asked again. That's the Mirage Eye. Tang Zi said, in the city lord's residence outside, there will be a mirage mirror at this moment. Through the Mirage Eye, the situation in the 10 absolute hell will be revealed for the city lords and exalted immortals to watch and be entertained. Those were not secrets, and Tang Zi naturally did not hide them and told the truth. Chapter 1937 Prisoners. Chapter 1937 Prisoners. Entertained. Watch. Su Zimo grinned, and his expression darkened with a cold gaze. Those exalted immortals could gather them with ease and place them in a space like a group of reared beasts for them to be killed wantonly as a form of joy. This was not a hunting meet or a fair opportunity. This was a hunting game that was meticulously prepared by the exalted immortals. The black immortals that entered the 10 absolute hell were only the prey of the exalted immortals. The true hunters were the high and mighty city lords and exalted immortals outside. Su Zimo believed that even if the 100 black immortals on the hunting ranking could leave the 10 absolute hell alive, it would be difficult for them to stand out in the future. In the dark cave, Tang Zi's heart skipped a beat, and she shuddered when she saw Su Zimo smile. Even when her daggers were hanging by her neck and her life was hanging by a thread, she was not afraid. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt that Su Zimo's gaze was a little scary. How often does a hunting meet like this take place? Su Zimo asked. Tang Zi said, under normal circumstances, it's held once every 10,000 years. However, only a few thousand years have passed since the previous hunting meet. I don't know why it's suddenly brought forward. Su Zimo thought for a moment and suddenly asked, apart from for the exalted immortals to enjoy, is there any other purpose for this hunting meet? Tang Zi's expression changed slightly, but she did not reply. Su Zimo realized that there was a high chance that this matter had touched on some secret. Even if he asked, there would be no result. At that thought, Su Zimo changed the topic and asked, I took a spin around the 10 absolute hell and discovered that there's a large area in the center of this prison that's a little strange. There are no living beings around, and even the earth demons in the prison are far away. What's going on there? It was more like a forbidden ground. Su Zimo could sense an extremely strong sense of danger that far surpassed the threat of an earth demon. Therefore, he merely looked from afar and did not approach. That's the center of the 10 absolute hell and also the forbidden ground. Tang Zi said, in that area, there are 10 shocking immortal formations that can seal the world. Among them, the Howling Wind Formation, Frost Formation, Golden Light Formation, Blood Transformation Formation, Raging Flame Formation, Dejected Soul Formation, Flood Formation, and Red Silk Formation are arranged in 8 directions and seal the surroundings. Finally, the Heaven Absolute Formation and Earth Splitter Formation seals the 2 exits of heaven and earth, forming an impenetrable prison. Nobody can enter, let alone get out. Even if a heaven demon were to barge into the formation, they would die within a few breaths, let alone an earth demon. The meaning of 10 absolute is to sever the path of life and death by all means. Su Zimo was shocked. So, the origin of the 10 absolute hell was because of the 10 formations, sealing heaven and earth with absolutely no chance of survival. This 10 absolute formation is way too vicious. Who is suppressed within? Su Zimo asked in a deep voice. Tang Zi remained silent. Just as Su Zimo thought that Tang Zi would not speak, she suddenly said, around hundreds of thousands of years ago, someone ascended from the lower world. That person's talent and endowment are unparalleled in the world. Although he was from the lower worlds, he only used a short 2,000 years to break through to become an Earth Immortal and was ranked at the top of the Earth ranking. 6,000 years later, he advanced to become a Heaven Immortal and became one of the youngest Heaven Immortals in the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain. Thereafter, he obtained the number 1 of the Heaven ranking at the Divine Firmament Immortal Meet and became the number 1 Heaven Immortal of the Divine Firmament Immortal Domain, becoming famous. Although Su Zimo did not know what the Heaven and Earth rankings were, he was slightly engrossed. As someone from the lower worlds, One would have to experience countless dangers and difficulties if they wanted to cultivate in the upper world. It was truly not easy for this person to obtain such accomplishments. Tang Zi continued, anyone who can obtain the top of the heaven and earth ranking will definitely be able to advance to become a perfected immortal. Furthermore, that person was highly regarded by the divine firmament immortal emperor and was accepted as a legacy disciple. He was from the lower worlds, but was accepted by an immortal emperor of the divine firmament immortal domain. It was clear how strong this person was. Tang Zi paused for a moment. At the 9 firmament immortal domain meet, this person suppressed everyone and defeated all the paragons and monster incarnates of the various immortal domains. He was invincible among perfected immortals and obtained the number 1 of the perfected immortal ranking, being conferred the title of a supreme, perfected immortal. Supreme meant that there was nothing more superior. Nobody could be above him. That was supreme. Even though Tang Zi described it extremely calmly without any emotional fluctuation, the narrated experience still made one's blood boil and scalp tingle. Could that supreme perfected immortal of the past be suppressed in this 10 absolute hell? Su Zimo could not help but ask. Tang Zi remained silent as a silent acknowledgement. Su Zimo shook his head gently. It was truly hard to imagine how such a paragon could fall from grace and end up in such a state. How could this be? Su Zimo asked with a frown. Tang Zi said this supreme perfected immortal came from the lower worlds. Therefore, he had a strong ideological conflict with the native exalted immortal experts of the upper world. This supreme perfected immortal felt that all living beings in the divine firmament immortal domain, be it from the lower worlds or upper world, should be treated equally. He advocated giving living beings of the lower worlds sufficient cultivation resources so that living beings that ascend from the lower worlds can obtain a relatively fair opportunity. He once made the decision to pass down recipes of immortal pills, such as the essence condensation and major essence condensation pills. He wanted to establish an immortal kingdom that could provide for the living beings of the lower worlds to cultivate without being bullied by other exalted immortals. At that point, Su Zimo felt a sense of reverence. It was nothing much if he merely obtained the title of a supreme perfected immortal. However, it was extremely rare to possess such magnanimity. Tang Zi continued, at that time there was no great gene immortal kingdom and no immortal king ruled over this territory. There were a few immortal kings under the 9 firmament immortal emperor who wanted to become kings here. In the end, there were only 2 left. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. The current great gene immortal king was one of them. Tang Zi nodded. The other one was this supreme, perfected immortal. However, he had yet to advance to the immortal king realm at that time. He was qualified because everyone knew that given his talent, he would definitely become a top-tier expert among immortal kings once he was conferred the title of king. This supreme perfected immortal wanted to establish an immortal kingdom of his own to protect the living beings of the lower worlds. Therefore, he forcefully broke through and wanted to be conferred the title of king as soon as possible to fight against King Jin. Did something happen during this period of time? Su Zimo narrowed his eyes slightly. Tang Zi said, at a critical juncture of his seclusion cultivation, he was plotted against and failed his breakthrough. Su Zimo opened his mouth slightly and froze on the spot. That short statement revealed endless sadness, helplessness, despair, and indignance. There was also an unimaginable bloodstorm. King Jin attacked. Su Zimo's eyes flashed coldly. The greatest beneficiary of this matter was the current great Jin immortal king. The greatest possibility was that the great Jin immortal king felt threatened and killed that threat in advance. King Jin was not the one who attacked. Tang Zi said, the person who attacked has a status in the great Jin immortal kingdom right now. He's beneath a single person and above everyone else. He's King Tianqing, who established the execution guards single-handedly. Chapter 1938. This path is not severed. Chapter 1938. This path is not severed. King Tianqing. Su Zimo sneered. The eventual beneficiary of this matter was King Jin. King Tianqing plotted against this prisoner, but did not receive any punishment and was instead highly regarded by King Jin. The latter was definitely involved in this. Now that he heard such a shocking secret, apart from astonishment, Su Zimo still had some doubts. Is this 10 absolute formation truly so powerful that it can trap a supreme perfected immortal? Su Zimo frowned and asked, even if this expert was plotted against and failed his breakthrough, he's still a supreme, perfected immortal. As long as his cultivation is still present, his Tao will not be destroyed. At that point, his expression changed, as though he realized something and could not continue. Tang Zi nodded. You're right. When that person broke through, he was ambushed by King Tianqing and was severely injured. King Tianqing was worried that this person would seek revenge on him after recovering, so he shattered the latter's Tao fruit. Su Zimo was shocked. Back in the lower worlds, he had come into contact with the Tao fruit through Daiyu. Su Zimo did not know much about the Tao fruit. He only knew that the Tao fruit was the foundation and essence of a perfected immortal. The shattering of the Tao fruit meant that one's cultivation would be destroyed overnight. There was no possibility of one cultivating again in the future. This was a huge blow for cultivators. If they were merely dispirited and relegated to ordinariness, it would still be a good ending. If their Tao hearts collapsed and their essence spirits deteriorated, they wouldn't be able to live for long. How long has the senior been imprisoned for? Su Zimo asked. Several 100,000 years. Tang Zi said indifferently, this absolute Thunder City and 10 absolute hell were built for him. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. However, the news he heard earlier on was way too shocking, and he did not think too much about it. He was imprisoned here for hundreds of thousands of years, and even lost his Tao fruit. He must have died a long time ago. Su Zimo shook his head gently. Even a normal person would not be able to withstand the blow of being suppressed for hundreds of thousands of years, let alone losing their Tao fruit. Dark without daylight and a bleak future, surrounded by endless loneliness and humiliation at every moment. The pain was unimaginable. Perhaps. Tang Zi replied indifferently. Su Zimo said angrily, King Tianqing has already crippled this person's Tao fruit, and yet he wants to imprison him here for the rest of his life. He's way too vicious. Tang Zi did not say anything. However, an imperceptible sadness flashed through the depths of her eyes and disappeared quickly. Suddenly, Su Zimo thought of an answer. That was a question that Tang Zi did not answer when he asked her earlier on. The hunting meet had been held for so many years. Apart from providing entertainment for the exalted immortals outside, what other motives did it have? When he found out about the secret from hundreds of thousands of years ago, Su Zimo realized that there was a more important purpose for this hunting meet. It was to humiliate the previous supreme perfected immortal and destroy his Tao heart. Since you want to establish an immortal kingdom to protect the living beings of the lower worlds, I'll let you witness them killing one another in the 10 absolute hell. I'll let you witness the living beings of the lower worlds being manipulated by us like a bunch of reared beasts while you're helpless. I'll let you endure this mental torment for all eternity. I'll let your beliefs crumble so that your Tao heart will collapse. The 10 absolute formation was not the only thing that imprisoned this supreme perfected immortal. It was also the blood and corpses of many cultivators of the lower worlds who had died on this land for hundreds of thousands of years. This was 10,000 times more sinister than killing or being imprisoned for hundreds of thousands of years. Su Zimo shuddered just thinking about it. Tang Zi said, actually, be it absolute Thunder City, 10 absolute hell, or the hunting meet, there's another meaning to it. That's to intimidate all cultivators and living beings. Anyone who has the same thought of establishing an immortal kingdom for the living beings of the lower worlds will end up like this supreme, perfected immortal. King Tianqing is telling the world that whoever steps onto this path along the tracks of this supreme, perfected immortal will die. Tangzi said, "The facts have proven that King Tianqing succeeded. For hundreds of thousands of years, no one in divine firmament mainland dared to stand out and speak up for the living beings of the lower worlds. Once that supreme perfected immortal failed, this path was severed." Suddenly, Su Zimo said, "This path is not severed." Tang Zi glanced sideways. Su Zimo said slowly, "I'll continue on this path. Even if it's severed, I can repair it." "You can't continue. The path ahead is already severed. If you take another half a step forward, you'll be in a bottomless abyss." Tang Zi shook her head gently. Su Zimo said, "Even if the path ahead is a bottomless abyss, I'm fearless. Even if I fall into pieces, I have no regrets." Tang Zi's heart skipped a beat as she looked at Su Zimo in disbelief. At that moment, Su Zimo's tone was resolute and his gaze was firm. The light released from his eyes seemed to surpass the stars and the sun and moon. Su Zimo felt a strong sense of injustice. Back in Tianhuang mainland, when he saw how all living beings in the world could not cultivate and were bullied by cultivators and slaughtered by fiend demons, he had the same strong sense of injustice. At that time, he made a vow to establish the martial Tao and bless all living beings. This time round, Su Zimo wanted to change the fate of the living beings of the lower worlds. That was because he was from the lower worlds. Monkey, the spirit tiger, Qing Qing, night spirit, little fox, the golden lion. These siblings of his were also from the lower worlds. Bai Ming Shui and Carefree, his two disciples, were from the lower worlds as well. All his old friends had ascended from the lower worlds. He could empathize with the bullying, injustice, and suffering of the living beings of the lower worlds. When he heard about the experience of this supreme, perfected immortal, Su Zimo could no longer suppress the sense of injustice in his heart. "If I feel unjust, I'll quell this injustice completely. I'm desolate marshal from the lower worlds. One day, I'll create a pure land for the living beings of the lower worlds." Su Zimo clenched his fists and said slowly, "In the future, I'm going to let all living beings of the upper world know of desolate Marshal's name." "Why you?" Tang Zi was indignant and wanted to say something to attack Su Zimo. However, at that moment, the heroic aura that Su Zimo displayed gave her an indescribable feeling. For a moment, she froze on the spot and merely looked at Su Zimo in a daze. A moment later, as though she realized something, she turned around hurriedly and whispered, "You're far from that." Su Zimo knew that the path to the upper world would be even more difficult and dangerous. Given his current strength, it was extremely difficult for him to even have his own place in the great Jin immortal kingdom, let alone establish a pure land. This prisoner was once extremely talented. However, in the end, he ended up in such a state where he was worse off than dead. As Tang Zi had said, he was way too far from that. The cave fell into a long silence. Su Zimo and Tang Zi stood opposite one another, deep in their own thoughts. Neither of them spoke. Sigh. Suddenly, Su Zimo heard a sigh. That sigh was ancient and seemed to have descended from the sands of time, carrying a deep emotion that moved one